All right, well, Mr. Bean, you set this up and I'm not quite getting it. My calendar says it's July and we've got Dance of the Sugar Plums and we've got, it looks like, St. Nicholas. Have I missed something? Is this December? I don't think so. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, this premiere is centered around Trapper Jack, and St. Nicholas has on a beautiful coat made out of critters. All right, let me get the light on for Trapper Jack's machine, and we'll take a couple steps forward. Wait a second, that's it? I think Kris Kringle's, I think his light is brighter than the machine. We got to do something about that. Let me get some other lights on and let's look at solving that problem, because I know that we had ordered an LED bulb for Trapper Jack's Singer 66-6, but it doesn't take the fin style one, it takes a screw-in style one, so I had to order it from one of my trusted suppliers out of California. Let's get some lights on and see what we can do to improve our lighting down at the needle and on the bed, which is horrendous right now. It's horrendous. Well, we're going to jump in and change out that light in just a little bit, but I want to challenge you right out of the gate. Oh, ducks. Oh, I get it. Kind of a trapper thing. Yeah, I got it. Well done, Mr. Bean. Well done. So let's look up this machine. Would you help me do that, please? And type your answer in the chat. And if you nail it, I'm going to send you something special, okay? So the serial number on Trapper Jack's 66-6 is A as in Apple, J as in Juliet, 149481. Let me say it again. A as in Apple, J as in Juliet, 149481. Okay? And I'd like you to tell me the full birth date of the machine, the month, the day, the year, and then how many were made in the production group. And I can tell you straight away that this model 66-6 came in a smaller production group, about 50% smaller, hint, hint, than the average production group size that Singer would put out. So put all that in the chat. If you're the first one to do it, if you nail it, then guess what? I'm going to send you something really cool, so you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to step out of the shadows and to throw that answer out there. Now, if you're a regular, some of my regulars always are out there and they just hammer it. They don't hesitate. They just hammer it home. Let's wait just a second to see if anyone else steps out. If they don't, then you can bridge the gap as you do so well. But we'll give them an opportunity at least to try to step out of the shadows, as many of you did eventually. Some of you that are regulars now and step out of the shadows all the time, when you first started watching these premieres and attending these premieres, that's all you did is you watched and you stayed in the shadows, and eventually you put a toe in the pond and you stepped out and you said, count me in. So let's invite some other folks to do that now. I'm challenging you. If you're sitting in the shadows, if you've been coming to premieres for a while and you've been saying to yourself, okay, this premiere I'm going to step out. Okay, not this one, maybe the next one. Okay, not the next one. The one after that, I'm going to step out of the shadows and join the live chat. Make it this premiere, would you? Be courageous. Be fearless. Just like these ducks. I mean, look at them. They're not shaking. They're not quacking. quaking in their boots or something like that. So do that, would you? And again, the serial number is A as in Apple, J as in Juliet, 149481. Okay? Full birth date, production group size, and if you're the first one to do it, then I'm going to send you something special. And if one of my regulars, Emma, Sunny, Paula, Mindy, Mandy, I had to think about that for a second. I've got extra M's in my head now. Or any of the others that are regulars. Kevin steps out quite often as well. Haven't seen my friend Poppies from Canada for a while, although he did pop up in one of the posts on Facebook recently, which I thought was really cool. So, but any of my regulars, if you want to kind of validate the answer, kind of fact check it, see if they got the birthday correct, see if they got the production group size correct, and then tell me who was the first one to do it. Because I'm really busy right now doing all kinds of things in this premiere, and I really would appreciate the help. Now, before we resolve this lighting issue, which is horrific on this machine right now, that was fun. That was a fun sound, wasn't it? Although I think I'm going to get rid of my fun sounds for right now. Okay. Let's talk about the different Class 66 machines for a second, okay? Let's talk about the different Class 66 machines. I'm going to scroll to my notes, and then we'll talk. Okay, so as I've said, this is a 66-8. I hope I said that. If I didn't, I'm saying it now. Prior to the 66-8, there were a number of models that were put out by Singer, and there were a number of models that followed the 66-8. The first one on the scene was the treadle version of the Class 66, which was the 66-1. And the unique thing about this model is that it was treadle specific. That was the only thing that it was built for the treadle. It wasn't built with the idea of electrifying it. It wasn't built with the idea of putting a hand crank on it. It was built as a treadle machine. And that's the machine that our good friend Bill O'Rourke out of Kissimmee, Florida, that's his go-to machine, the 66-1. If you didn't know that, now you do. Because that pops up sometimes as quiz questions when I bring in stuff about my buddy down in Kissimmee, Florida. So the unique thing about it is the presser foot attachments are actually clamped on the rear of the presser foot bar instead of on the side, like most Singer machines. It also has a cam bobbin winder and a screw stitch length adjuster. Following that model was the 66-3. Now that machine is a mirror image of the 66-1, but it was set up specifically as a hand crank. Then came the 66-4. It had a rear-mounted motor. It had a side clamping presser foot, a spoked wheel, a cam bobbin winder, and then a screw stitch length adjuster. Then we had the 66-5, which is basically a mirror image of the 66-4, but instead of having a motor on it, it's a hand crank. Then we had the 66-6, which is pretty much identical to the 66-4, but instead of a spoked wheel, it has a solid balance wheel. Finally, our machine that we're premiering today that belongs to Trapper Jack, the 66-8, had a Series 4 motor put on it, a rim bobbin winder, a solid balance wheel, a lever stitch controller for stitch length, and there you go. So what models followed the 66-8? Type in the chat if you know what the next model was that followed the 66-8 that we're premiering today. Type it in the chat. I'll give you a few seconds while I pick out some more Christmas music in July. Yes, it is. And we'll see how Christmassy we feel. This is a great one. Angels We Have Heard. Well, you've had plenty of time, I think. So after our 66-8 that we have on screen right now, came the 66-14. If you nail that, give yourself an A in the class for the day. The 66-14, it was a treadle version with a lever stitch length adjuster and a simple bobbin winder. And if you're not sure what the simple bobbin winder is, it's basically going to be one that kind of rotates into the balance wheel, doesn't have a kickback spring, and it's going to make contact with that rim, similar to this one, but it's a slightly different design. It has a snapping mechanism that kind of locks it into position. Following the 66-14, we had the 66-15, which was a mirror image of the 66-14, but again, it was a hand crank. See how they kind of bounce back and forth? Then came the 66-16, which was identical to the 66-14, but it had a back rear-mounted motor and a solid balance wheel. 66-18 came next, and it was like the 66-14, but it had a back offset motor. Then finally, and last but not least, was the 66-24. And the 66-24 was a mirror image of the 66-14, but it had a back rear-mounted motor and a solid balance wheel. Type in the chat how many types of variants of the Class 66 we just rattled off. If you were a great student, as I know you are, give me a total number that we rattled off in that list that we just went down and type it in the chat, would you? And if you nail it, an A in the class and you're on my favorite student list. All right, we're only typing 2 letters, folks, or two numbers, I should say. Okay, that's enough time. If you typed in the number 11, you are spot on. Now, some would argue, okay, all right, isn't it really a dozen? Isn't it really a dozen Class 66 variants? Because wasn't there a 66K that came out of Great Britain? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, there was. So if you typed in 11 or 12, A in the class, favorite student list. Okay? That's a lot of variance within a class, though, isn't it? It surely is. What a great song. Angels We Have Heard on High. I think that's the original title of the song. If Bill's in attendance, he could let me know. He could let us know. All right, I'm going to put on Joy to the World, and that'll be our last Christmassy song for this premiere. And when we're listening to Joy to the World, wow, the whole world heard that one. They still heard it. There we go. Well, joy should be loud, right? I think so. So, if you wondered at all about Santa's coat, because again, we're talking about Trapper Jack, right? I think Trapper Jack... Oh, hey! The singer repairman and his pet alligator. No, Trapper Jack is not going to taxidermy you. No, you're safe, my friend, you're safe. So there's Santa's incredible fur coat. And that's why Mr. Bean set him out, realizing this machine was for Trapper Jack. And that's exactly the type of coat that a trapper would be contributing furs to so that they could make one, right? Yeah, it's gorgeous. Looking good, St. Nicholas. Looking really good, and you're looking either happy or maybe too much apple vinegar wine or something, my friend. Just saying, just saying. Okay, so let's take care of this light, shall we? And I'm going to go back on the tripod shortly, but I'll just show you real quick. If you've never done one of these before, they have a snap ring inside of them, so we'll kind of go over it together. That way, if you decide you want to put in an LED light as well, so you have to take off that cover first. It's on the rear of the machine for maintenance. And grab a handy dandy notebook, no, a screwdriver. This is not Dora. See, the light is so poor I can't even see it. And then you'll turn this, and you only turn it so far because then you'll want to have your hand on the light so you don't drop the light. All right, so I'm at a point right now, we're going to take this off. I'm going to go back in the tripod, and we're going to change this light out. It's a little bit tricky, but not really. Not really horribly tricky. Zoom down on the bed because that's where we're going to do the change out, I believe. Hey, remind me as well, I want to talk about the 3 bobbins right over here, okay? That's a pretty song, isn't it? Joy to the world. Joy to the world. Okay, so I'm going to change this over to now a different flavor of music. I'm going to type in duration 2 minutes or longer, and we will work at getting this light changed out. Oh, interesting. Okay. This is called Piano Trap Beethoven. All right. Got my screen turned around. I do. All right, let me take out that little bolt on the back. And let's make this light better. Now, your version of a 66, many of these spotlight style globes end up getting broken or lost because once somebody takes one out, they probably never can get that sucker back in again. So, but right now our light is pretty crummy. That's it. You can see that, right? I knocked over my needles. Hold on a second. And what you want to do, I've already taken this light apart and cleaned it and everything. So what I use is I use kind of a non-slip gripper thing, like you can see here. To press, you have to press this glass in because there's a rebound spring underneath it pushing the glass up against the crown of the plastic molding to hold it in place so it doesn't fall out. And so We have to kind of push the glass down and then turn it lefty-loosey to get it to come out. So I'm going to kind of cover it for a second, push it in, and there we go. So if you've never taken yours out before, you can kind of see what it looks like. And it is glass, it is very breakable, so you'll want to be incredibly careful with it. But you can just use a standard glass cleaner to clean the inside and the outside of this once you replace your bulb so that it's nice and bright. So we're going to try to take this bulb out. Hopefully it's not in there too tight. So there's our incandescent bulb that was providing that really crummy light. I'm going to set that off to the side and also show you that snap ring real quick. This is the snap ring that your light assembly should have. See how it's kind of beveled? And then it presses up against that lens, the glass lens that reflects the light down to the needle and to the bed. All right, finally got that snap back in place. And what we're going to be replacing it with is this bulb that I just got from my supplier out in California. And you can see how it's got a different screw-in point than the other ones you've seen on this channel. It doesn't have the two little fins where you can push it in and lock it in place. This one has to screw in. And I very seldom use these, so I didn't have one. I had to get it ordered, and thankfully my supplier out of California got it out to me straight away, because Trapper Jack is actually picking up his machine today. So we don't have a lot of leg time. And I should give a plug to my supplier. This supplier operates on eBay, I think, almost exclusively. They're out of Woodland, California, and they're known as Lula Bug. Lula Bug, I think is if I'm saying that correctly. I don't know if I'm saying it right or not, but something Love Bug, okay? So if you want to look them up on eBay, they're very reliable, very, very good at what they do in supplying parts, and they're very, very punctual too, which I love. All right, so let's see how this lights up now compared to our other one. Oh yeah. Yeah. Not to mention it's going to put out a lot less heat than the other one. So now I'm going to grab this lens for the spotlight. I'm going to carefully slide it into position. I'm going to grab my little rag, push down, and rotate it into position, and I hope it stays in position. Because you know how it goes when you're on camera. You just never know, right? You just never know. You never know how it's going to go. You never know how it's going to go. All right, I think I got it in place now. Yes. And you just want to be careful. The metal spotlight, or excuse me, the glass spotlight cover has 3 little points that lock underneath the housing of this plastic ring on top. So you'll want to just make sure you get it nicely seated in there so that this lens isn't going to fall out on the bed of your machine and go crash, which it will if it falls out. So just make sure you get it in there nice and secure, and you'll be great. So that first one was called Piano Trap Beethoven. Now we have Phrase Prant. Phrase Prant. All right, so let's get this light back into place so we can jump into some sew-offs. can't see it because I'm blocking it, but St. Nicholas is kind of popping and locking to this music. I didn't know he could do that. And when you put this back on, you have to kind of get that mounting point level in the little space on the back. Otherwise, it's not going to sit straight. So just kind of be mindful of that. I have to kind of pivot a little bit here. There we got her. And you're leaning over like this, the blood's kind of rushing to your head and you're starting to see two of everything. I didn't know I had two covers on the back of here. I only have one. Thankfully I don't have three, because then I'd have to pick the one in the middle. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, you do. All right, let's see how that lighting is now. Let's get our lights off again real quick so we can do a fair comparison. Okay, I think that's the same lighting that we had before, isn't it? We widen this shot a little bit because we're only looking at the bed. The bed's a good place to look, sort of. The light we're getting right now is from St. Nicholas. All right, let's see what impact we made with this LED light. Oh yeah. That's a lot more even, bright light. Definitely a huge improvement. That'll help Trapper Jack a lot to be able to see what he's doing down at the needle and on the bed. And because of these spotlights being in a fixed position, they kind of screw into the back of the housing of the pillar. You have to make sure that they're aligned properly. So oftentimes when you screw them into place, they're aimed too high, they're aimed too low. You've got to adjust it so that it's pointing as you're seeing right now, so you're getting good light on the bed and you're getting good light down by the needle. And the way you do that is the mounting bracket itself that attaches to the light, you got to take it off of the light, and then you have to use something like a pair of vice grips or something like that just to gently bend the metal so that you can target that light exactly the way you want it. And what I usually do is I put a vice grip facing one way and facing the other way with a little buffer in between it and the mounting point, and I just basically twist it so I can actually angle the light exactly the way I want it. Does that make sense? I think it does. But you know, don't be content just in using the spotlight the way the bracket has it aimed right now, because it might be totally off. And then you'll be like really frustrated going, hey, why can't I see what I'm doing? Well, what I zeroed in on real quick, because I didn't want to forget to do it, is, first of all, the thread we're using is about size 89, right in that range. It's that upholstery thread, high concentration of, I believe it's nylon, isn't it? Yeah, high concentration of nylon. Used for upholstery type work. It's also used a lot in leather work because it's super strong stuff. So that's the stuff I have on top right here, is a black upholstery thread. And I picked black because that's the color that Trapper Jack wanted. He said, I'm most likely to be sewing with black thread. I said, okay, let's set it up with black. So that's what we did. And then the needle I'm using today is a Schmetz leather needle, and it's a size 110, which equates to a size 18. So as my good friend Sonny put it, we're going to be sewing with a harpoon today. And 110 is about the right size when you're talking about this weight of thread. You've got to balance the needle selection with the weight of thread. If we're sewing with a real light Coats and Clark, you can go down to a size 70 needle very easily, and you'll be good to go. But when you get up into those heavier threads, especially the upholstery threads that are right around a size 89, you want to be sewing with a minimum of a size 100, which would be a size 16 needle. So I just bumped it up one higher to 110, 18. It's not going to hurt it at all. It's going to make a little bit bigger hole, but it's going to give us a great finished stitch, I believe. The other thing I'm showing you in this shot is when it comes to the bobbin that the Class 66 machines use, which, ba-ba, is a Class 66 bobbin. Class 66 machine, Class 66 bobbin. There are different types, and there may even be more types than the 3 that I'm showing you right now on screen. But you can see we've got the one on the right, which has 3 holes. We've got the one in the middle, which is kind of a black bobbin, and it's got a single hole. And then we've got the one on the left, which is going to be basically a silver version of the one in the middle. But you can see they're all about the same in their appearance when you look at, okay, how much space do we have in between there? They're all going to be nearly identical. Some of the aftermarket ones will be a couple thousandths of an inch off. And if you're curious about the measurements on these, I can give that to you real quick, okay? That way, if you've got a similar one, you'll know when you go to order replacement bobbins, okay? First of all, though, I'm going to put on some more music. We listened to Phrase Print, and now we're going to listen to a song that's called Talk. So let's get some quick measurements on these. I think that's helpful to know. That way, if you're dealing with a seller that is not incredibly knowledgeable, you can have a better likelihood of getting what you want. So let's go with the one on the far right first, this one right here. All right, so measuring like this, which is going to be basically the height of the bobbin, we're coming in right around 11 millimeters. 11 millimeters on the height. And height I'm talking about like if the bobbin is in the machine, okay? Now let's measure the circumference of it. Which is going to be right around 21 millimeters. 21 millimeters. So 21 and 11. And these all should be pretty doggone close. Yep, that's 11. That's 21. The one on the far left, that's 11. And that's 21. The only other factor to look at is going to be the inner diameter of the hole, so that we know that it's going to fit on the bobbin winder. Because the bobbin winder on the Class 66 machine that we're working with is called a friction or a tension mounter, which means it's got a little flange of that mounting point kind of puckered out, so it'll fit tight on the inner circumference of that hole. I hope that makes sense. I think it does. Okay, so the inner part of that, we're looking at right around 7 millimeters, okay? So 11 high, 21 I think I said in circumference, and then that inner one, and we'll measure this one as well, just to make sure it's comparable. Yep, right around 7 as well. So those are your measurements on the bobbins. They all are slightly different, but they'll all work in the Class 66 machines. All right, let me set these to the side and let's get rolling forward here. The other thing I'll show you real quick is I did replace the belt on Trapper Jack's machine for obvious reasons. This is the original one. And that's the tricky thing about belts. When they're mounted on a machine and they have some tension on them, you're going to look at the outside of that belt, or even the inside of the belt, and you're going to say, oh, that doesn't look too bad. It looks pretty good, actually. But it's when you bend it the opposite way that all of a sudden the real story is revealed on the condition of that belt. And belts will stretch over time. They get longer as they're being used. So that's another factor as well that puts more and more stress on the belt, and eventually it will break. And if you're curious about, let me see here, see if I can get you a part number for the belt for this machine. Okay, part number for the belt, if you need one for your 66, and this is a Singer part number, is 193077. 193077. If you need a replacement belt that will fit this particular Class 66 machine. And they're all going to be real close, and adjusting the belt tension, you should be able to use that belt on pretty much any of the Class 66 variants. Okay. Blah, 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 double blah, 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 blah. Okay. We're pretty much positioned there. And when Trapper Jack got this machine, he got it at an auction. It had a feed dog cover, but it did not have a bobbin cover. And so I found one that was as close as I could get it in the patina, because some of them are super bright, some of them are super flat, and this one was kind of in the middle. So I think it's a fairly decent match. And really for Trapper Jack, he's looking function, he's looking at making things. He's not looking to display the machine necessarily, so I think it'll work beautifully for him. Now the other thing you might notice, or you might have said already, is wait a second, the Class 66s, because of the engineering on the bottom of the machine, they don't set level. So how are you going to sew with this machine without it being in a base, or without it being mounted in a table? Trapper Jack's going to be using this in a table. Well, the rear pedestal foot that is just to the left of the pillar on the back side of the machine, you slide one of these underneath it. And these are the sliders that you can get at major retailers. They're used for putting underneath, say, the feet of furniture, so you can move the furniture around without tearing up your carpet or messing up your wood floor or whatever. And if you slide this underneath that rear pedestal foot that's just on the other side of the pillar to the left, it's going to give you a stable, level sewing surface, so that you don't technically need to put the machine into a table or mounting it into a base. I'm trying to rock it right now, and it's generally very stable. It's going to be a nice sewing platform to use this machine. And I've had customers that have done that. They didn't want to put it in a table. They didn't have a base. They didn't want to spend the extra money to get a base to put it in. And so they went with this method of just getting a furniture pad like this, sliding it under that rear pedestal foot, and it gives you a great option in the absence of a table or a base that you would mount the machine to. So there you go. Now it's your secret, and don't keep it to yourself. Share it with other people. Say, hey, that Scott guy was talking about these furniture pads that you can get at major retailers, and that's the way you can balance out your Class 66 machine. You don't have to put it in a table. Because I've seen in some Facebook groups, you know, they don't always get it right. And you know how I kind of feel about some of those Facebook groups, always putting out bad information, misinformation. Some of them have posted you have to mount the machine in a table. You have to put it in a base. You can't sew with it. You're going to see us sew with it today without it being in a table or without it being a base. And then you can go back to those Facebook groups and you can say, you should join our class and you'll learn a lot of good stuff. So that was called talk, and now the next one is called away. I almost want to do that with an echo, don't you? Away, 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 away. All right, it's time to do some sewing, I think. What do you think? Yeah. How about you? Yeah, I agree. Trapper Jack's lures that he sells so people can catch critters, they are the best. They are tip top. Yeah, they are. Well, I like this light a lot better, don't you? I like it a lot better. Okay, impromptu test. What model is Trapper Jack's machine? Type it in the chat right now. Be the first to do it, A in the class, and on my special student list. What model, what variant of the Class 66 is Trapper Jack's machine? And when you're typing that in, I will give you an easy way to look up Trapper Jack online. His website is called lonewolflures.com. lonewolflures.com. So LONEWOLFLURES.com. Look it up. Send him a note. Wish him well, because I really hope that this machine will give him another avenue to be able to do his thing. Here we go. And I think the first sew off I'm going to do just double checking. I might have the same leather twice. No, it's a different leather. Okay, we're going to do genuine cowhide first. I haven't done genuine cowhide in a while. So this is what we're going to be sewing right here. It's 2 layers, probably about 6 ounces of leather. And that's probably a little bit thicker than what Trapper Jack will be sewing. But I always like to step it up a little bit, you know that. So we're going to buzz right down the middle of this through 2 layers. And we'll see how this 66, what is it? 66-8. We'll see how it does with a task like this, which is certainly not an easy task at all. And I just noticed something. My ends are not even. And when we get done sewing, I want to be able to show you the thickness. So I'm going to do a quick little haircut on my leather to get the ends even so we can see the thickness a little bit more easily. I think I should have typed in songs that are 3 minutes or longer, because this is really kind of ends quickly, doesn't it? See what I did? Kind of squared those off a little bit so it's a little bit easier for us to see the thickness once we've sewn through it. And I'm not a huge fan of black thread, just because with a lot of the material sew-offs that I typically go through, black thread is really hard to see the definition on the stitch. But we're going to really do our best to try to do that today. Let me change this to 3 minutes real quick, because this 2-minute thing is kind of bugging me a little bit. Let's bump it up to 3 minutes. So each song should be 3 minutes or longer, kind of what we're aiming for. All right, this is called 9 Lives. I can only imagine that a cat lover probably came up with this song, 9 Lives. Here we go. my duck, he's trying to attack me. All right, here we go. Very easy launch. Very easy launch. I was wondering if I might have to give it some sort of a hand start, but that was definitely not the case. And again, we're talking about 6 ounces of genuine cowhide. So definitely not an easy peasy sew off, that's for sure. All right, let's take a look at these stitches. Once I clip this upholstery thread, which, tell you one thing, we're sewing with a harpoon, but we're sewing with like super heavy stuff as well. That is some beautiful stitching. Can you see that if I kind of angle it like that? Isn't that lovely? Matter of fact, I can show it to you this way if you like. That's our top stitch. This again is the thickness of what we went through. And yes, a 66-8, if you have one and it's not optimized and you can't get through this, send it to the workshop and I will get your machine to do what you'll see Trapper Jacks do today. Here's our lock stitch, which is absolutely as it should be. And the lock stitch again is going to be always more difficult to generate than the top stitch because you have that gravity factor. You've got the friction factor of pulling that thread back up through those 2 thick layers of genuine cowhide. Which I make it sound a little bit dramatic, but this machine, after I got done with it, it gets the job done so easily, it's almost kind of silly, isn't it? Almost kind of silly. That is some gorgeous stitching. So these 2 layers of genuine cowhide are a definite pass. And I went to the effort of clipping off the ends, and then I let the leather slip a little bit, so I didn't have the edges that I could show you as far as the thickness, but you can see it from the edge there on the side. So that goes to the back as a definite pass, as a page 34 type stitch. And I didn't even show you, as I was getting this machine finalized and fine-tuned, I did quite a bit of sewing on this needle as well off camera. All of this, as I was trying to get the stitching right. I really had some issues with that upper tension functioning properly initially. And you can see here what I was getting as far as a lock stitch initially. There it is. That is not a page 34 lock stitch. But as I worked through the process, I disassembled the upper tension. I modified a couple parts on it that were bent out of shape, including the reflex spring on the inside. And then I started getting on target. And then I jumped from this into protected full grain leather. And I even went all the way up to 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. Yeah, I know. That is the thick of thick of thick when it comes to going through that much leather. That's really intense, folks. That's very, very intense. You see it from that side even better. I don't know if we're going to do 3 layers again today or not. We might. And then I did 2 layers. Or is that 3 layers? I did 3 layers of this type of protected full grain leather as well. Folks, you're not going to see stitch offs like this done for machines that are presented on YouTube unless you're on this channel. This was all done off camera, just to make sure that we were ready to be able to get this machine underneath the bright lights and premiere it today. that is enough of a test unto itself, but it's not enough of a test for us. We demand a lot more of machines from this workshop, don't we? Yeah, we do. All right, a little bit more music. That was 9 Lives. Now Stellar Wind. Stellar Wind. And I'm going to get a quick drink of water. Actually, I stand corrected sitting. It's lemonade. But it has water in it, I think. There we go. Well, I've got this new saddle type leather that Emma sent me from Florida. She happened to be out and about, and she came across this leather and she said, that looks like kind of leather. That looks like the kind of leather that Scott would enjoy presenting in a premiere. So I thought I would present it today on Trapper Jack's machine. And this is a, again, I only know it as a saddle style leather. They use this in the manufacturing of gun holsters and stuff like that, which seems to fit a trapper type culture beautifully, doesn't it? So let's give this a go and see how this machine does on this. I did not do a pre-test in sewing 2 layers of this stuff, which is about 6 ounces. So I'm hoping that this machine does well, because the piercing threshold on saddle grade style leather is higher than any of the leathers that I typically use. Other than maybe protected full grain, but this is some intense stuff. So let's see how Trapper Jack's machine does against this stuff. All right, here we go. Three, 2, 1. Well, it'd be nice if that was a challenge, but it wasn't. No challenge there, no challenge. Beautiful stitching, beautiful stitching. I think we might be a little bit high on upper tension right now, though. I'm going to look at that underneath my magnifier and see if my hunch is right, because our lock stitch looks spot on, doesn't it? Good looking lock stitch through all of that leather. Our top stitch is a little bit on the weak side, so I'm going to take a look real quick and see what I think. No, it's just the shading of the leather. That's actually a bang on top stitch too. It's absolutely looks really, really good. I might zoom in a little bit closer though, so we can look at it like I did under magnification. There we go. All right, let's take a look at this. This is our top stitch. And actually, you know what? Let me lean it against here and we'll see if we can zoom in on it. See if I can balance it to zoom in on it, maybe. Come on, you silly thing. All right, I'm getting out my sew-off holder. This stuff will not allow me to lean it. It's just like, no way, I don't want to be leaned. I don't want to be leaned! All right, so top stitch first. Let's take a look at this. And again, this is a saddle grade style leather, so it's got a piercing threshold that's higher than probably a lot of the leathers that we typically sew. Pause. Folks, I'm going to say it, that is page 34. Absolutely gorgeous top stitching. Wrong way, Scott. There we go. Let's go back one more time. Absolutely a page 34 top stitch. I'm going to come out to totality of stitching, but you know, quite honestly, from that distance, it's like being in the cheap seats, you know what I mean? You can't hardly see anything. So we'll come right about to there. Maybe even a little bit closer with that black. Right about there. Absolutely page 34 stitching. Let's turn around and look at that lock stitch, which again I think is a little bit more poppy than it needs to be. But when I looked under magnification at that top stitch, it was absolutely spot on. But I would probably just make a slight adjustment down on that upper tension to give us a little bit more victory to that bobbin case. All right, let's take a look at this lock stitch now through 2 layers of saddle grade style leather. Pause. 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 Wow. Again, I did not test this off camera, so I was kind of rolling the dice a little bit here. Look at the thickness of that. Look at that nap. You can tell my little fan on. Look at that thing doing the dance, the nap. That is so cool. That's so cool. Oh, I'm so easily entertained, aren't I? But that is cool. I mean, as you're going by in the camera, you don't expect to see the leather dancing, but it is. Oh man, that's so awesome. Oh geez. All right, let's go right about there for totality of stitching. We can watch our leather dance at the same time, which is really cool. The nap, folks. That is absolutely page 34. I would even say we're closer to page 34 plus on that sew off. If you think that looking at the top stitch that we did, looking at the lock stitch on this saddle grade style leather that was sent to me by Emma from Florida, if you think that this is closer to a plus than just a page 34, type a plus in the chat, would you? Put a plus in there, or type the word plus or whatever you want to put in there, just so I can know where your thoughts are on it as well. But I'm definitely leaning towards page 34 plus on these 2 layers of saddle grade leather. And thank you to Emma for sending it to me. This will be a real nice addition to our sew off Olympics that we do with machines. So that was called Stellar Wind. And now we're going to do drifting at 432 hertz. Drifting at 432 hertz. I have no idea what that means. All right, in this sew off, it's going to go to the back as a definite pass. Gorgeous stitching, top stitch and lock stitch through 2 layers of very, very difficult to get through saddle grade leather. We'll move this out of the way and we'll see what our next victim will be. I think it's probably going to be genuine elk hide. We're going to be doing a lot of leather sewing because that's what my friend Trapper Jack is going to be sewing. And after we do the after we do the genuine elk hide, we'll probably pop over to Facebook real quick. I have 3 groups of progress shots I'd like to show you that I took this 66-8 through. And again, I don't capture every step. There's just no way I could. I think I just posted pics recently on that featherweight that I'm finalized right now. And I think I had over 200 pictures that I presented, but there were at least 100 plus more steps that I took that machine through or that I could have taken pictures of. I just didn't take all those pictures of all the steps. Boy, these glasses, these reading glasses I use sometimes during premieres, they get dirty so easily. So easily, but you know, it's a workshop. There's dust, there's dirt, there's grime. song right now has kind of a new age flavor to it, doesn't it? Kind of like we're floating in space. We've joined the Mars expedition. We're getting ready to land on the surface of Mars. There's no sign of any intelligent life. Oh, wait a second. We're still on Earth. All right, now if you caught that joke, then you give yourself an A in the class. No intelligent life on Earth. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going with. Unless you're in the classroom. Then we've got intelligence here. So let's sew some alkyd. What do you think? Let's do some alkyd. So I've got a single layer of alkyd, and if you look at it from the side, and I've said this before, depending on where that leather is taken from the hide of the animal, the thickness will vary. We've done some alkyd that is thicker than this. We've done some alkyd from the same general hide area that's quite a bit thinner. So I would put this right around 4 to 6 ounces. Probably 4 to 5 ounces is about spot on as far as thickness. So this single layer of genuine alkyd is as thick as those 2 layers of saddle grade leather that we just sewed. This tends to be a lot thicker the way it's processed. And alkyd is chemically processed, which galvanizes the surface of that material to make it even more difficult to get through. Kind of like protected full grain leather with the layer that they add to it to keep it from being prone to staining and stuff like that. So my whole point is this single layer of alkyd is going to be as tough to get through as those 2 layers of saddle grade leather. Now the thickness factor and the piercing threshold is going to be probably a little bit higher in the saddle grade, but this is going to be a pretty close match. So we're doing the equivalent of like 2 layers of saddle grade leather with this sew off on this alkyd. And I can see I was going to sew down 1 layer, bump one line stitching, 1 stitch of lines, 1 line of stitches, however you want to say it. And this is way too wide to do that without wasting materials. So let me cut this real quick. Plus it'll make me have a little bit more skill in sewing straight, hopefully. And you probably can't hear it with the music and everything else playing, but just trying to cut through this stuff with, I think, relatively sharp sewing scissors, it is not an easy task. All right, let's buzz down this and see what we get. Take up arm at the highest position. Strange new age music like we're floating in space playing. Let's see how we do. Here we go. No hesitation, no hand start. This machine just dove into the sew off like, let's get this done for Trapper Jack. Let's get this done for Trapper Jack. Okay? Santa needs a new coat. I'm going to get some nasty calls or notes from PETA any second now. Why are you doing a machine for a trapper? What's that about? Blah, 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 blah. All right, let's get our sew-off holder out again. And we'll take a look at these stitches. And again, a single layer of genuine alkyd, which is probably around, again, 4 or 5 ounces of leather. 4 or 5 ounces of leather. And this 66-8 just jumped into the sew-off. No hesitation, no hand start, and it just got it done. Just got it done. All right, let's go across and look at these stitches now. going to turn that just a little bit more. Hopefully I turned it the right way. I think that'll give us a little bit better visibility of the stitches. Look at that edge. Pause. Pause. Absolutely page 34 stitching through a single layer of genuine alkyd. This is our top stitch. Beautiful stitching. Let's turn it over. We'll kind of come out to here for the totality. Let's turn it over and look at that lock stitch. I've said it a bazillion times, the lock stitch is always tougher for the machine to accomplish because of gravity and friction, trying to hold that thread back from going through those layers of alkyd, or layer of alkyd in this instance. See the thickness of that right there? It just gives you an idea, doesn't it? It just gives you an idea of how difficult this task is. Pause. Folks, I'm going to call it a page 34 in the lock stitch as well. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch is exactly what we want to be seeing. There's a real clear view of it right there, where the nap was not able to mask it. Beautiful stitching. So this single layer, go right about there for totality. This single layer of genuine alkyd is a definite pass and a solid page 34. Some of you might even argue a page 34 plus. Absolutely beautiful stitching. Can't see what you're seeing because I have my screen pointed the wrong way. Yeah, gorgeous stitching. So I'm going to throw that to the back with our growing sew-off pile. And we're going to move over to Facebook for a little bit for some progress shots. I really want you to understand the process that I take a machine through like this. So you don't just look at a machine like this and then go to eBay or go to Etsy or go to Bonanza or go to Facebook Marketplace and find a 66-8 and then all of a sudden fall into despair and disappointment because it can't sew anything close to what you've already seen Trapper Jack's machine do and all the additional sew-offs we're still going to do with this machine. Just remember, once a machine leaves the factory, it's no longer equal based on the way it's been used or abused, maintained or not maintained. 166-8 is going to sew entirely different than another 66-8, and certainly a lot different than what you're seeing Trapper Jack sew today. And speaking of Trapper Jack, if you didn't see the Facebook shots, that's my friend Trapper Jack right there. I would call him kind of a Duck Dynasty dude with a little touch of class. And that's not to say the Duck Dynasty guys don't have class. They certainly do. But I just think he's a very... He's very different when I met him in person from what I expected a Trapper type guy to be. If any of you have watched the Netflix specials on trappers and their graininess, their grittiness, their crudeness sometimes, Trapper Jack is 180 degrees from that. Just a very nice gentleman, and was kind enough to let me photograph him with his machine as it was arriving at the workshop before I did anything to it. So there you can see the Singer repairman and his alligator who has scooped up one of the bobbins that I was going to be putting with this machine. Trapper Jack only had one bobbin with it, and I knew that wouldn't be enough, so I found some other great Class 66 bobbins and set them on the bed of the machine, and right away the Singer Repairman's alligator grabbed one up. It looked like something to chew on. There's more of a distance shot, just kind of showing you the machine as it's arriving. It doesn't have a bobbin plate. It's lacking a number of things, particularly performance with the motor. The motor had been tested a little bit by Trapper Jack, and he had a lot of concerns about how far I'd be able to take the motor. And I think based on what you've seen today on this live premiere, you would agree that this motor is definitely going to get the job done now for Trapper Jack. It wasn't anywhere near this strength, as he could attest to when I started on it in the workshop. Look like pretty much the same shot there. And again, some of you want your machines to be real shiny like a new penny. Others really are into this Godzilla matted type finish. It's kind of a crinkle finish. And I like shiny machines. I also like crinkle finish machines. So I can go either way. Type in the chat if you're inclined one direction or the other. If you like the Singers that really shine, kind of like the one that I just restored, that I showed you some pictures of that arrived at the workshop. It's eventually going to be going back to Texas. And I'm just blanking right now on what machine that is. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's a Model 27. If you do Facebook, you saw those pictures of that Model 27 that arrived rusty and just blah. And I just got done with it in my paint shop, and it is the cat's meow now. It is just absolutely drop dead gorgeous. But some of you might really like shiny machines like that Model 27 that I just finished. Others are going to be more inclined towards this matted Godzilla crinkle finish. And I know that Trapper Jack loves this machine, loves the look of it. And I totally get why. And right there, as you look at the contrast of the badge mark, after I did some cleanup on it, and that more matted crinkle finish, it has pizzazz, doesn't it? I mean, it's just such a beautiful contrast, the bright against the more matted type finish. And there's our stitch length control. This will have a similar stitch length range as other Singer machines, anywhere from right around 6 stitches per inch all the way down to 30, which is right at the top part, just below that deep demarcation line right here. And then as you move above that demarcation line, you're going to be back tacking. You're going to be sewing in reverse. And obviously the nice thing about this lever style is that it's a little bit easier to move it and to set it, because you have set marks on it instead of the screw-in style where you're kind of just spitballing where you're at, because there's no meter, there's no measurement on the screw-in style ones that are on a lot of the Class 66 machines. And obviously Trapper Jack's bobbin winding tire was in super sad shape when it arrived at the workshop. That obviously has been rectified so that he can wind bobbins as he needs to. And there you can see the bobbin winder style is a simple pivot right here that allows you to rotate it down into the balance wheel rim and then rotate it back up when you're done. It's going to be very similar to the slant-o-matic machines, where those kind of tuck into the body. This one kind of floats above the balance wheel, but you just rotate it down, you rotate it back up. The good thing about this is you never ever are going to have a kickback spring break on it, because it doesn't use one like a lot of the Class 66 machines do. There's Dr. Singer just kind of checking things out. Very intrigued by this matte style machine with this crinkle finish, because we don't see them in the workshop as often as the shiny ones. And you'll see here on the front of the machine, there was a mar on the finish of the machine, and I very, very carefully, because I didn't want to damage the finish, I didn't want to damage the decal, we started here, and now we are here. Because I really wanted that to be a beautiful thing to look at. I didn't want it to be a distraction. And again, if you went into an average sewing center, you come in with this on the N of your singer, it's going to be there when you pick the machine up. They're not going to do a thing with it. And if they try to do something, they're probably going to damage the crinkle finish, or they're going to damage the decal. Because they're going to try to get everything done in a window of about 30 to 45 minutes. I've talked about this numerous times. So there's Mr. Bean kind of, I don't think he's teasing the singer repairman's alligator, but he's kind of maybe taunting it a little bit, and you can see, can you read the body language of that alligator? He's getting a little bit irritated. But then again, that's the nature of Mr. Bean. He irritates a lot of people. He's really good at it. Another shot, just showing you, even upon arrival, this is just a lovely machine, isn't it? But again, don't go based on how a machine looks on the surface, or you're going to be really, really surprised. Kind of like my friend that just brought a while back, quite a while back, brought that featherweight that I showed you on Facebook, Gene Van Dyke, the one that was born in 1949. And I described it as a shiny, pretty machine on the outside, but a dirty little girl on the inside, a dirty little princess. Because I always call the featherweights the princess of singers. That's the same thing about Trapper Jack's machine. This raceway, the brain center for this machine, was just unbelievably filthy. Ridiculously filthy. And so you can't just flush it out, you can't just wipe it over. You got to tear it all the way down, and you got to dig into it so that it's going to be able to function at the top of its game. There you have a clearer view of how bad off that raceway area was. Just horrible. Just absolutely horrible. Another little drink. Now you may have some difficulty telling, as you're looking at this picture, what kind of hook system does this class 66-8 use? Type in the chat if you want to take a guess. It's either going to be a rotary hook system, a long beak shuttle system, a vibrating shuttle system, or which one did I not say? At any rate, type in the chat which one you think it is. And I'll stop bumping the camera, I promise. What type of hook system does this 66-8 have? Well, whatever type it has, it was very filthy. And the filth reigns above as well on the needle bar and on the presser foot bar. You see the contrast of the area I've cleaned here and the area above it and to the left of it on that presser foot bar. Actually, now you can see it. That's the thing about cameras, you're always adjusting them. So I'm beginning to use my dental tool and some solvents as well to break that veneering down, that varnishing, that lacquering on there, and get that back looking like it's supposed to be looking. And beyond just appearance, remember that needle bar and the presser foot bar is right above that brain center. So if we, excuse me, if we go to the effort of cleaning that brain center up and excuse me, if we go to the effort of cleaning that brain center up and we don't do anything about the presser foot bar and the needle bar, all of that junk eventually is going to work its way back down to that brain center. As the presser foot bar is activated, as the needle bar is moving up and down very rapidly, that stuff is going to break free and it's going to be falling right down and recontaminating that area that we cleaned. So you've got to clean everything from top to bottom to make sure that you can try to keep that area functioning well. And it's a tedious process. Again, it's the same reason that if you brought in your 66-8 to a local service center, you're going to get it back with all of this junk still on the presser foot bar and the needle bar. In the raceway, it's going to be all junked up. All it has to do is make a stitch. Doesn't have to be a page 34 stitch according to the standards of most sewing centers, sewing repair shops. It's just got to be able to stitch. So their standards are very different than ours when it comes to the caliber of the stitch that we're looking for all of our machines to be able to sew. And as I'm checking things out, I discover that the spring for the presser foot bar has become compressed, and because it's more of a molded metal, once it's compressed, it's not going to spring back. It's almost kind of weird, isn't it, that the spring will lose its springiness. And so I recognized with the layer approach that Trapper Jack is going to be using that the spring would not be sufficient. So I had to swap out the spring on this machine. The thing, because these are molded springs under a great deal of pressure, you might say, well, can't you just stretch the spring back out? I've had success doing that about 40% of the time. What normally happens is as I'm stretching it back out, it will break. So if you decide to be adventurous and you say, I'd like to have more presser foot pressure, but my spring seems like it's compressed based on what Scott talked about in that one premiere, and you decide to try to stretch it out, just realize there's a great likelihood that that spring is going to snap. It's going to break. So, just be careful. Just be careful. And there, what I'm showing you again is just the filth of the machine. And again, dirt is not the friend of our vintage sewing machines. It's going to hold our machines back. It's going to smother our machines. It's going to take the stamina of the machine away. It's going to deplete the performance dramatically when it comes to what that machine can do. Give me one moment here. So that was drifting at 432 Hertz. I think that's the last one we did. URL melt is the next one that we have coming up. So you can see here, I've taken the spring off of the machine. That's the bare presser foot bar right there. Dr. Singer and the Singer repairman are kind of checking it out. And you can see as well when you take that spring off, there's all kinds of junk that's underneath that spring that you otherwise can't get to. So we're trying to address the issue of the presser foot bar not having enough pressure, but we're also addressing the filth factor of it as well at the same time. And you can see inside of the faceplate we've got opportunities as well. Oh wow, I didn't realize the Singer repairman's alligator even had an interest. That's right. He asked if he could look closer and he couldn't see it from the ground up, so I picked him up and lifted him up. You can see my hand holding the alligator up there so we can look at all the yucky stuff in there. He's a curious little guy. And there you can start to see the impact that we're bringing to that presser foot bar, and certainly all the rest of the machine. getting all of that junk off of the machine so that it can perform at the level that you're going to see and already have seen during the slide premiere. That's the way we want to be seeing it right there. And I think it may have been Emma that typed in a comment, what a difference. And there you can see, I've been dealing with so many machines lately, and some of them have had presser foot issues. I forgot that this one actually had 3 sections to it when it came into the workshop. And because the spring is like joining together, you're not going to be able to see that until you pull the spring out. So someone else had probably tried to stretch this, and they broke the spring, and then you just stuck it all back in there together. And it'll work that way, but it's not the absolute ideal option. Yeah. We do things differently, don't we? We tear things down surgically so we can find these things that otherwise would be missed. It's the only way to do it in this workshop. And there we have the new spring on there, and the presser foot bar is cleaned, and it's going to be doing exactly what it needs to be doing now in maintaining material movement over those feed dogs. Everything has to be restored, and the core of restoration and preservation is to return it to the way that it's supposed to be, which means getting all the junk off of it so that it can function. That's the way it should look. And that doesn't even show all the filth, because I'd already worked on it a little bit by the time I took this picture. But you can see the filth up here. That's the way it's supposed to look. That's going to give it the option and the opportunity to function properly. You can't be mad at something when it's all junked up and filthy and say, why aren't you doing your job? It's not able to do the job when it's like that. Now we're digging into that raceway area. And a little bit of a rewind, I asked you what kind of hook system is it? If you typed into the chat that it is an oscillating hook system, give yourself an A in the class and give yourself a pat on the back, because when the machine is torn down like this, it's a little bit harder to tell, isn't it? Well, you can definitely tell that it's getting cleaner, that's for sure. Here I'm working on the lever for the presser foot, getting all of that cleaned up as well. Again, this is the brain center of the machine, one of the most critical parts of the machine to be optimized. And it takes a good amount of time to be able to do it properly, so that explains why the sewing centers, the repair shops, are never ever going to go to this point, surgical level of deep cleaning a machine like this and optimizing it, because it would take an extra 2 hours at least to do the raceway area. Here's our curious little alligator checking things out. And if he could talk, which he talks to the single repairman, but he doesn't talk to me, I think he would say, that's looking good. That's looking really good. But we're not done yet. There's more cleaning to be done. And there's our equivalent of the bobbin case that's part of that oscillating hook system. And you can see just how filthy that is as well. It needs a lot of help. It needs a lot of help. And again, the side shot I'm showing you right now, you would never see that when it's mounted in the machine. It would be hidden, but all of that filth would still be there, contaminating that raceway on an ongoing basis if you don't get it all the way off. Starting to make some progress. More progress. Not completely done yet, but more progress. There, now we're getting closer to the home stretch. That's going to be able to do its job now of defining that top stitch. That's what that bobbin case does down the raceway, is it pulls down to define that top stitch. And it couldn't do that before, but guess what? It can now. That's looking like it should. Spot on. I had to show the guys too, because it's such a contrast from the way we started. Couple more spots to hit on it to get it just right. And you can see the story on that Q-tip swab, and that is one of many Q-tip swabs that were used just on this single piece of this bobbin case assembly that's part of that hook system. And some of the screws and the bolts that I have to deal with when I'm tearing a machine down like that so I can service it properly are teeny tiny. I showed that on the featherweight shots that I posted on Facebook recently by putting one of the little screw bolts on top of a penny and just showing you how small it is in comparison. And that's the beginning. That's our buddy Trapper Jack. And I do hope you check out his website, and maybe you're a hunter. Maybe you're a hunter, or maybe you're an outdoors person and you're just curious. How does this guy develop these lures that will immediately relate to these animals? The animals right away will say, ooh, that smells good, or ooh la la, or whatever. There's quite a science behind it, quite a science. So again, if you want to check out his website, it's called lonewolflures.com, LONEWOLFLURES.com. Definitely check that out. Send him a note. Tell him that you were part of this premiere for his machine. I think he'll get a kick out of that. So that was called URL Melt. Kind of an interesting title, isn't it? And now we're going to play 6 Seasons, but I'm going to turn the volume way down because we're going to do some more sewing now. 6 Seasons. Let's head back over to Trapper Jack's 66-8 and do some more sewing. Once my camera stops moving. All right, I think we got it pretty much settled at this point. It's a mobile camera. You get one more drink of water. Lemonade just tastes so good sometimes, but it also has a high acidic factor, as you would know, and it tends to goof around with your throat if you're doing a lot of talking like I am right now. But it just tastes so good. It's almost worth the sacrifice of me coughing and everything else to be able to enjoy some lemonade. I know I've asked it in other premieres, but do I have any die-hard lemonade drinkers in the summertime, or maybe all year round? Anyone really love lemonade? Just curious. Type it in the chat if you're a lemonade connoisseur. And while you're doing that, double check and see that we haven't sewed this off already. We have not. Actually, before this, I think I will probably do some protected full grain leather. Or I could also sew the layer material. Maybe I'll do that first. I'll do the layer material that Trapper Jack is going to be using, and I'm sure I didn't get it exactly right. But he said my typical sew off that I'm looking to be doing will be a layer of leather, a layer of gunny sack material, that's this stuff right here, which you've seen me sew this gunny sack material before, and it is really, really hard to get through. And then a layer of felt on the bottom. So a layer of felt, gunny sack material, and then leather. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to sew around the edge of this, and we'll test kind of the strength of the machine, everything. We're going to be testing everything and going through all of these layers. And we'll also be testing me to see if I can sew even remotely straight, which would be great. Grab one of these little pieces of candy real quick to see if it'll help me recoup my throat a little bit. So this leather, oh, it's making my mouth water. This leather that we're going to be sewing is a type of Italian leather. And I've also got some additional pieces of this cut already. So if we decide to do it, we can sew multiple layers of this as well. But right now we're going to be sewing this single layer of Italian leather along with this gunny sack material, and then this layer of felt, which is pretty much what Trapper Jack will be sewing quite a bit. All right, let's see how we do with this. And let's see how I do in trying to keep it even remotely straight. Hopefully I do. All right, here we go. No hand start, folks, and it is just mowing through this stuff. And if you know anything about these materials that we're sewing in combination right now, the gunny sack material, certainly this Italian leather, not so much the felt, but the felt can be a little bit tricky too because it's slippery. This machine is managing this absolutely spot on. All right, here we go. Turn that volume down a little bit on the music. All right, let's see if I can stay on course. Here we go. Yeah, I can get a little bit closer to the edge. I'll hand crank that a little bit to get us right closer to the edge. There we go. All right, let's head down towards the finish here. Let's head down towards the finish. I am off camera right now, just bumping up my presser foot pressure just slightly because of the layer factor of what we're contending with. All right? All right, here we go. Well, if you think that that was an easy task, you can stay after school because it wasn't. It was not easy. Sorry about that. I just bumped the repairman's alligator. And he didn't even bite me. That's kind of cool. Not easy when you start adding the layer factor, especially diverse layers like this between the felt and the gunny sack material. By the way, does anyone know the other term for gunny sack material? I'll even give you a big hint. It starts with B. Starts with B. Type it in the chat. What is the other way of identifying gunny sack material? Starts with B. That just... Blah. Beautiful stitching. Oh my goodness. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Kind of debating how we're going to view this one. I guess I'll just kind of put it up on the sew-off holders and we'll look at it that way. So the word I was looking for, if you didn't type it in the the chat already, is burlap. If you did type burlap in the chat, then kudos to you, because a lot of people don't know that term when it comes to this stuff. And again, that's the middle layer that we're sewing through right now. Leather on the top, the burlap or the gunny sack material is in the middle, and then we've got the felt on the bottom. All right, let's zoom in on these and take a look and see what we think. I can tell you from my seat right now that we are definitely on page 34. Definitely on page 34. Right now we're in the middle and you're like, we can't see anything. There's no stitching. It's invisible stitching. No, it's not. All right, let's start on top. We'll kind of walk around. I got to loosen the camera. I kind of tighten it up. There we go. Well, folks, I'm going to pause. Excuse me. I'm going to pause right there for two reasons. One is to show you the thickness of that leather that we went through. You can look at the side of it right there and see the thickness factor, and then look below at the stitching that we laid down. Again, those progress shots you saw me tearing down the brain center for the machine is the reason we've got such absolutely drop-dead gorgeous top stitches right there. Because that bobbin case hook assembly in that raceway, the oscillating hook system assembly, is able to do its job at the top of its game. And that's what it looks like right there. Again, take into account the number of layers we just went through between the burlap, the leather, and the felt. Now let's look at the stitching as we go around. Pause. Pause. Folks, that is absolutely page 34. We'll go down the side now. Looking straight on like this, it's a lot harder for us to see it than if we were looking at an angle, but you can see the stitch definition. As I try to loosen my camera a little bit more. Let me try that again. There we go. Pause right there. Folks, those are absolutely gorgeous stitches. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Wow! Totality, look at how far we have to go for totality of the stitching. It's kind of humorous. Beautiful stitching all the way around. And you know what? I didn't do a horrible job of staying on course either. Could have gotten a little bit closer to the edges, but all in all, it's a good day. Let me turn it over and we'll look at the lock stitch on that felt. So we're going to have black upholstery thread on this felt material. Hopefully we can see the definition, because I can tell you from my seat, it's looking really, really good. Once I bend it so we can take a closer look at it. I might just lean this one. Yep. It's going to be easier to lean this one than use that stitch holder. All right, let's give a look at these. Again, we're sewing with a size 110 needle, which equates to a size 18 leather needle. And our top layer is leather, but then we've got this burlap, and then we have this felt. And neither of those materials is going to be the best of friends with a leather needle. But I think because of the way that I prepared this machine to manage it, I think we'll see some good results even on this lock stitch. So let me zoom in on that and we'll take a look. Again, realize the lock stitch is going to be more difficult for the machine to create. And the felt is going to have a little bit of a texture to it, so it's going to be a little bit harder to see the definition. Until we get to the top, then it kind of pops out a little bit more. Yeah, that felt kind of just consumes the stitch, doesn't it, a little bit? Catch little glimpses of it, and then all of a sudden it's gone again. I'll pause there. That's about our clearest view, considering the felt backing. Absolutely spot on. There we've got a pretty clear view too. Well, from my seat, I know it's a little bit harder to see the definition on the back of here with this felt and the woven nature of it and kind of masking that stitch, but we've got a great result as well with that lock stitch. So I'm very pleased. I'm going to throw this to the back as a definite pass, and I'm really pleased that I could bring the machine to this level to sew this effectively, because this is going to be a lot of what Trapper Jack is doing. This three-layer approach. It may vary a little bit, but the burlap, the felt, the leather. So the machine is definitely set up well to do that sewing for our friend. So I'm going to throw that to the back as well. And our sew-off sandwich is continuing to mount. It's not quite big enough to show off yet, but eventually. All right, let me pick out some more music. We'll do another sew-off, and then after that sew-off, we'll pop over and look at the second group of photos, progress photos. Digital ghosts. Digital ghosts. Let's see what that sounds like. And I'll have to adjust that shot again for the next sew-off. Does anyone else like eating peanuts and stuff? These I will munch on while I'm in the workshop, especially because I miss a lot of meals. And these particular ones were done up with sea salt. I like the taste of sea salt. Is anyone else into sea salt when it comes to snack foods? It might not be peanuts. It might be something different that has sea salt in it. But I think the sea salt just gives it a very, very rich flavor. And back in the day when I used to do my handcrafted kettle corn, I used to use Mediterranean sea salt, which is another variant within the sea salt family. So there you go. But I'd be curious. I'll be curious to look at the chat and just see how many of you are into sea salt. I think quite a few folks are. Okay, let me lock this in place, and let's get ready for our next sew off. I pop a mouthful of peanuts with sea salt on them. Yeah. So now what I have boy, these are so good. I'm stalling so I can finish chewing them. So we have 2 layers of this Italian style leather now. We use the single layer with that 3 grouping of materials that we just did. Italian leather on top. In the middle we had that gunny sack material. And then on the bottom we have the felt. Now we're going to be doing 2 layers of this Italian style leather. And I've got it back to back so that we'll be able to see the stitch product a lot easier than we were able to see the stitch product for that lock stitch on that felt because of the fibrous nature of it. Fibrous kind of woven nature of it. So, all right, presser foot is down. Let's go ahead and see if we can make our way through these 2 layers of Italian leather. And I've said it in other premieres, Italian leather tends to be a little bit slippery. So off camera I'm adding just a little bit more bite to those feed dogs so that we can hopefully try to stay on course and feed these 2 evenly in this sew off. All right, here we go. 2 layers of Italian leather. Here we go. I don't know about you folks, but this machine, again, is not a direct drive machine. It's a belt-driven machine. It's a belt-driven machine. And it is doing such a fabulous job of launching into these heavy-duty sew-offs that it's super cool. It's super cool when you get a machine like this sewing at this level, isn't it? And what I did real quick as well is I just backed off the upper tension slightly. I'm seeing some good stitch results with these 2 layers of Italian leather. Again, the thickness factor I think is impressive unto itself, but also if you know anything about Italian leather, it's a very tricky leather to sew. So I think it did an excellent job, but at the same time I think that the lock stitch is a little bit overly poppy compared to the top stitch. This is our top stitch, this is our lock stitch. So I just backed off the upper tension, which will give a little bit more strength to that bobbin case to pull down to define that top stitch better. All right, let's take a closer look at these stitches, and then I'll decide whether or not I might sew it a second time after making that upper tension adjustment. So this is our top stitch first. Let's take a look at this. Just want to make sure. Yep, that's our top stitch. And when we look at the lock stitch in just a little bit on the back side, you'll see what I mean. I think you'll see what I mean as far as that stitch being a little bit compressed. And that's what happens when your upper tension is too strong. You're going to get a really good looking lock stitch, but if you look at it closely, you're going to notice that the lock stitch is a little bit more narrow. It's compressed because that upper tension is pulling up so hard, it's actually compressing the width of that stitch. Even if you have your stitch length at max, it's going to squish it down just a little bit because it's pulling that thread so taut. But still, we have a very good product, a very good stitch product. You can see what I mean by that Italian leather. Oftentimes people will say, are you sewing with elephant skin? Because it has that look, doesn't it? No, whatever an elephant does. Beautiful stitching though. I'm going to angle that just a little bit more, I think. Hopefully I didn't go too far. So 2 layers of Italian leather. This again is our top stitch. Pause right there. Pause right there. Folks, those are some gorgeous, gorgeous stitches. And again, sewing through 2 layers of Italian leather, a leather even with a single layer that is, in my opinion, rather tricky to sew. And yet we got a result, I think, that really, really evidences just how well Trapper Jack's machine is performing now. See, that angle is so critical. I angled it just a little bit more, and we're able to see even more clearly just how beautiful those stitches are. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch. The glory of the stitch is just absolutely what we want to be seeing. Again, I would give a little bit more authority to that bobbin case to define this even better. But you'll see even clearer what I mean when we go to the other side and we look at that lock stitch. So totality of the stitching, we're not going to come all the way out because it's too far. But the totality of the stitching, really, it brings home the fact of how important the process is that I use. Because you could take another 66-8 or one of the other 66 variants. You would not get a stitch quality like this going through 2 layers of this Italian leather. It wouldn't happen. But with Trapper Jack's, we've got a gorgeous top stitch. Again, my inclination is to take a little bit more away from that top stitch, or from the lock stitch rather, which is what we're looking at now. Take a little bit away from that lock stitch and give it back to that top stitch. Because here we've got a gorgeous, definitely a page 34 lock stitch, but it's a little bit compressed, which means that upper tension was a little bit too high in relation to the bobbin pull. All right, let's go across and look at these. Absolutely gorgeous. Let me pause right there. I'm going to put on some more music for us. That was called Digital Ghosts again, which is kind of an interesting title, isn't it? And our next one, and I think about the name of the website for Trapper Jack, and again it's lonewolflures.com, lonewolflures.com. The next song we're going to listen to is called Wolf Moon. Wolf Moon. So if you look at these, they're absolutely page 34 lock stitches, without a doubt. But they're almost a little bit overly poppy, compressed. And that's because that upper tension was turned up a little bit too high. Beautiful stitching. So between the lock stitch and the top stitch, definite page 34, definite pass. I would just make that little fine adjustment of backing off the upper tension slightly so that that lock stitch is a little bit less poppy and our top stitch is a little bit better defined. Again, when you're making products like Trapper Jack will be, that top stitch is going to be more essential So that's where I'm looking at this from his perspective as a customer, and I'm saying, I want both stitches to be page 34, but from a presentation standpoint, from a presentation product standpoint, I want that top stitch to be absolutely spot on. So there you go. I'm going to throw that to the back as a definite pass. And I'll give you a quick little glimpse of our sew-off sandwich so far. So I'm trying to get it in the camera shot here. So on camera, this is what we've done so far. If I add the off-camera stuff to it, gotta get this kind of balanced here. If I add the off-camera stuff to it, this is all of the stitching done on Trapper Jack's machine with this needle so far. Folks, that's the real deal. I said that before, and I'll say it again. A lot of folks will use window dressing when it comes to trying to present a machine and say it's all set, it's all ready to go. And they'll do one sew-off with a cotton blend type material. Speaking of which, I think we'll do that real quick before we jump over to Facebook. But that's not the real deal. You've got to sew a diverse field of materials so you can show the capabilities of that machine to be able to manage whatever that customer might put in front of it. It might require a little bit of tension adjustments. It might require a different presser foot attachment. But the capabilities of that machine to manage a wide scope of materials is what makes that machine great. The fact that it can handle that, all of that material selection. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. Let's go to the light side now. Let's go to the light side. I think we'll sew my 100% polyester ribbon material first. And if you're new to this channel, this is a ribbon style material. You can see this is 2 layers and it's about as thin as rice paper. That's where I'm saying it really is testing this machine and being able to manage something super light. And it's 100% polyester, which right away is going to raise the threshold difficulty of this machine being able to manage it from a stitch quality standpoint. So we're gonna, I like the real stuff in testing a machine. So let's see if we can buzz down this. And I'm actually going to offset it to the left so that if Trapper Jack wants to try this as well, he can do that. Probably won't, but he might. All right, so 2 layers of ribbon style material, 100% polyester. Let's see how this 66-8 manages this task. We've gone from extreme heavy to extreme light. Here we go. Oh, I'm right on the edge. I am right on the edge. Talk about extreme sewing, huh? Extreme sewing. Here we go. All right, and for our box closers, I will close the box. And again, just a reminder as you're looking at this machine, manage this super thin sew-off, this 100% polyester ribbon material, thinner than rice paper probably. We're using a size 110 which is a size 18 harpoon needle, as Sonny calls it, and we're using upholstery thread. When you are trying to sew super light stuff like this with upholstery thread and a harpoon needle, if we can do it successfully, that is a huge high five, thumbs up to this machine, because you're not supposed to be sewing rice paper thin 100% polyester ribbon material with a harpoon needle and upholstery thread. That's the machine's kudos and success if it can manage that sew off, which I can already tell you it looks like it did. All right, here we go. I got kind of excited there and I overshot it a little bit. All right, clip the threads. We'll take a look at this. All right, any of you box closers, I really closed the box this time. I mean, I went above and beyond. So don't send me any notes. When are you going to do more box closings? Well, hey, you remember that ribbon material? Do you remember that? Yeah, you better remember it. I'm even going to take out that extra stitch. I'm going to try to take out that extra stitch with my little clippers, trying to cut that upholstery thread. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Yeah, I think we'll use our sew-off holder for this. So this is our top stitch. I'm just double checking. This is our top stitch first. 100% polyester ribbon material being sewn with a size 18 needle and upholstery thread. Any of you that know anything about anything, that is a crazy task. We like crazy a little bit, don't we? Crazy and challenging. All right, let's stop right there. Stop trying to... Getting the angle is just so essential, and I usually, you know, I have to adjust it a couple of times to get it just right. So that was Wolf Moon. The next one is called Vital Whales. Vital Whales. Vital Whales. All right, let's take a look at these stitches. Even from here, I can tell you already, wow. Wow! Pause right there. Trying to not move the camera so jerky. Giving it a try here. Pause right there. I'm going to call it a definite page 34, folks. You have no idea, well maybe you do, how difficult this sew-off is considering how we've got the machine set up. We do not have Trapper Jack's machine set up right now to sew 100% polyester. It just isn't. And yet it just did. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing what we just accomplished with this 66-8. We should not have been able to do this. If we tried to do it on another 66-8, guess what? Not going to happen. This is what a machine looks like when it's running at the top of its game. This is why we do these sewing Olympics at these premieres, so that I can push a machine harder than the owner probably ever will. Let's turn it over and look at that lock stitch. The lock stitch is going to be tougher. We know that already. It's going to be tougher. It's going to be tougher. Let's see how we did. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. I'm loving it. Like I'm doing a McDonald's commercial. Pause right there. Folks, we're talking upholstery thread, right around a size 89. And we're talking about a thickness of materials that is rice paper thin. For this machine to be able to balance the stitch top and bottom as well as it has is absolutely brake-worthy. Trying to get the right angle again. I just don't have quite the right angle with this. It's a little trickier. Well, I'm not going to circle around again. I'm going to come out to totality of stitching and just say, you know what? That's our lock stitch. And under the circumstances with the way this machine is set up right now, that's a page 34, if not a page 34 plus. Upholstery material through paper thin polyester, 100% polyester like this, that's absolutely brake worthy. I'm going to throw it to the back in our pile, which eventually might be a mountain, you never know. And we're going to do one more super light sew off. For my quilters that love to piece together 100% cotton, we've got two super thin layers of 100% cotton right here that we're going to be piecing together next, right after I get a glass of water. All right, let me adjust this. There we go. And I don't know if you can see it on screen or not, but that screw that holds down the feed dog plate in the rear, that is not tarnished. It's not varnished. The lighting right now is hitting it, so it's making it look like that. That really bothered me. I was looking at it through the camera and I was thinking, did I miss that? Did I miss that? But it's the light that's coming down that's causing it to look like that. Because I just looked at it over the back of the machine and I thought, no, it's absolutely clean. It's absolutely silver. It doesn't look that way. It is. All right, let's get this down into position. And for this sew off, I'm just going to go down the middle. Two very thin layers of 100% cotton. All right, let's do this sew off and then we're going to pop back over to my Facebook progress shots. And this is going to be just as challenging. Because again, we're talking about the way the machine is set up. I've set this machine up to do heavy grade, multi-layer, leather, blah, blah, blah. we just sewed 100% polyester ribbon material. Now we're going to be doing 100% cotton. We're basically going to be simulating an aspect of quilting using a harpoon needle. So there you go. Only on this channel, folks. Only on this channel do you see insanity put on display like this. All right, here we go. 2 layers of super duper thin 100% cotton. Let's see if we can stay on course. I hope so. Here we go. And what did I have happen? Something weird. Oh, I sewed over my own thread. That's what I did. See that? I didn't have the thread positioned right, and instead of the thread feeding back, it fed underneath. I can fix that. I wondered, I was kind of looking at that saying, do I have that thread all the way underneath the presser foot to the rear? Well, I didn't. And that's what can happen, see? All right, let me move that to the back. Now I have the thread positioned properly. But if you ever have that where you don't bring the thread back properly, underneath the presser foot in that little groove right here, this is what you're going to get. Because instead of that thread feeding back, it's going to get caught, and you're going to sew right over the top of it. I'm actually going to use my magnifier to do this so I can see more closely. So I'm pulling that thread back through now. Have any of you ever done this? You get a little bit careless, you're on camera, you're doing a premiere. You probably haven't done that. And the result is you end up creating a little bit of a mess. Still may end up pulling this stitch a little bit. Let me see if I can cut that. It's the real deal, folks. I don't edit. I don't edit. It's even more challenging when you're dealing with upholstery thread. This is ultimate surgery right here. See that? Well, I was talking about my surgical process, but you never thought you would see it displayed like this, right? Yeah. When you get to the end, it's always going to be a little bit tougher. Wow, that was fun. All because I didn't have the thread underneath the presser foot all the way. Jiminy crickets, that was a blast. We love you, Scott. You're so real. You show us your struggles. Oh, I need more music. All right, let me leave that there. I'll get up the display so we can look at it now that we don't have the thread over the top of it. All right, this is our top stitch. Stay, behave. Well, there you go. And that wouldn't have happened. It's not a matter of the material or the needle or anything else. It's a matter of me being a little bit careless there. That's okay, we fixed it. Like I said, it doesn't matter if we encounter challenges, it's that we overcome them. That's the key of greatness. Vital whales. That's probably what threw us off, is that title. Just the title is like, whoa, what? Vital what? So now we have the Stoic and the Sailor is the next song. The Stoic and the Sailor. Let's take a look at these stitches. 2 pieces of 100% cotton for our quilters. This again is our top stitch. Very nice stitching. We probably have a need to increase that bobbin pull just a little bit on here. I think they could be better defined. I think they're solid, but I think they could be even better defined. Totality of the stitching, right about there. Yeah, I would give that a page 34, even after my debacle of sewing over my own thread. So let's take a look at the lock stitch now. And again, this type of sewing that we just did here on 100% cotton is not going to be the type of sewing that my customer Trapper Jack is doing. But I like to show it anyway, just so that you all know that the machine can handle it. All right, let's look at that lock stitch now, which I'm guessing is going to be a little bit over poppy. Yeah, just slightly. Pause right there. Yeah, that's a good looking lock stitch. Just a little bit over poppy. Pause right there. Totality of the stitching for the lock stitch. Get my hand off the camera. Yeah, I'm going to give that a pass. Even with my my sideshow debacle. And we are going to pop over to Facebook now and look at some progress shots, additional progress shots, and then return to some more sewing and using a material that I haven't shown before either. Boy, that single repairman's alligator is just everywhere. Oh, I remember this. He was trying to help. We were putting the faceplate back on, and I needed that particular little screw, or bolt as it is, and he was handing it to me so I could put it back on. Such a nice alligator, such a good boy. So there is, and that the screw he was just holding is not that screw. This is our raceway, obviously being reassembled after it was deep cleaned and optimized, and I'm oiling the little felt pad that's underneath this ejector right here that allows you to pop the bobbin up. If you have a Class 66 and you have this little doodad and you didn't know what it was for, It was added as a convenience by Singer so that you push it down and it raises that bobbin up so it's more easy to pull it back out. The drop-in bobbin is a wonderful feature, but if it didn't have that pop-up, it'd be a tricky thing to try to get that bobbin back out again. So they added this. And I'm just adding a little bit of lubricant to that, along with lubricating this set screw as well that's going to hold that assembly in place. And if you ever decide to tear apart your assembly, your hook assembly on a 66 model like this, you've got to make sure that you adjust the position of this properly, or you're going to get a lot of extra movement from this bobbin case, and you might even get some jamming. So you've got to align it properly in there so that you're not going to get excessive movement. I hope that makes some sense. And now you're going to see things kind of in reverse order as we're cleaning different components, as I'm cleaning different components in the raceway. And there's a completed raceway that really is spot on. That's exactly the way it should be looking. And if you remember, it didn't look like that when we started. There's our cover for the feed dogs. Just showing you the cleanup of that, along with the presser foot bar and the needle bar as well. Remember all the varnishing, the veneer and buildup we had on there to begin with. Going over that plate, again, I don't think Trapper Jack is really, he's not persnickety when it comes to the appearance of the machine, overly so, more concerned about the function. But I like to approach it from both angles. There you can just see the busyness of the workbench, a lot of stuff happening simultaneously. And there's our alligator friend kind of getting into the mix of things again, towards the bottom of the screen. And there's our faceplate. Again, the faceplate is kind of the jewelry, as some of you have referred to it. It's kind of we're listening to early Avril. It's kind of what it looks like. The last one we heard is the Stoic and the Sailor. So some of you have just described certain parts of the machine as the jewelry of it, and oftentimes the faceplate is one of those jewelry pieces, and it definitely needed some help, as you can see in the shot. That's a combination of rust and just crud built up on there. And even the shininess and the sheen of the faceplate being a piece of jewelry, it's not really the way it should be right now. Even there it's looking really blaha. And there's after I've gone over it. We got rid of that rust, the pitting, and we brought a lot of that luster back. Again, it may not be instrumental to what Trapper Jack is doing, but it's instrumental to me. I don't want a machine to leave the workshop unless it's optimized aesthetically, mechanically, electrically. And there's our helpful alligator offering that last little piece that I need to properly anchor down that faceplate. Mr. Bean's even impressed. See, Mr. Bean, if he can help, you could help. And now because of the alligator's help, I'm putting that last piece on to hold the faceplate. Now I'm going to focus on the upper tension unit, which during this premiere it has just performed beautifully. It's even a little bit overly enthusiastic with over defining some of those lock stitches, but that's my fault, because again, this particular 66-8 doesn't have the luxury, as you can see in the shot, it doesn't have the luxury of being a numbered upper tension, so you're kind of spitballing it a little bit and finding that sweet spot when you're adjusting the upper tension. Same thing on the other Class 66 models that have, instead of a stitch lever like this one, They've got the screw-in circular stitch adjuster, and there you've got a spitball of two, finding the sweet spot. And again, if you decide to get, or you already have a torch, let me go back to this one. Remember that torch is going to be putting heat out can be as hot as 1200 degrees. 1,200 degrees is what a little torch like this can put out. You got to be incredibly careful with it. Certain bolts will need to be loosened, but you have a lot of surrounding areas that could be adversely affected by heat that is that extreme. Like those super thin little pressure discs on the upper tension that are adjacent to it. So, or the finish, the Godzilla matted crinkle finish could also be compromised by heat like that. So just be really careful if you decide to employ a torch working on any of your machines. But when handled right, it allows you to remove that unit that otherwise would be fused in place after being there for decades, so you can properly optimize the upper tension, which is what I'm going to do next. Tearing it all the way down to bare bones and making sure that every part of that upper tension is going to be able to function properly. You wouldn't get that, folks. Let's just be real. You wouldn't get that at a service center. You would not get that at a service center. They don't have time. But look at all the junk that they would miss. Look at all the buildup in there, all of the filth that would be left behind, that would compromise the effectiveness of what that upper tension was able to do. You would be cursing that upper tension, and it wouldn't be the fault of the upper tension. It would be the fault of all the filth that had built up on there over decades. That is not the way a pressure disc should look. That is not the way it should look, folks. That is the core of the upper tension right there, that has the return spring that's so essential to the timing of the machine. That return spring is going to be actuated as you're sewing. It's going to be going up and down very rapidly. And as I've explained in other premieres, what it does is for a microsecond, it releases that thread that's being compressed between those discs so that thread can advance and that you can complete your stitch lines. If that little spring, that return spring that's on the right side of the screen there, that's part of that core of the upper tension, didn't release, your thread would break and you would never be able to advance in sewing. That's how essential it is. Can it do its job when it's like this? Type in the chat what you think. All essential parts of the upper tension right there. We're starting to get that foundation of the upper tension the way it's supposed to be. How do those look? Do those look optimized? And yet if you went to a local sewing center and you said, can you give my machine a complete service? Kind of like the machine on the other workbench right now that is a Swedish beauty, and I just posted pictures of it on Facebook. It's a 29E. And the previous owner of this had just taken this in less than a year ago to receive a complete service. And yet this machine, it has a list of needs when it arrived at the workshop that is mind-blowing, because none of these areas were addressed by that service center, that workshop in Michigan, before the new owner got it and said, I want it done right, and brought it to the workshop. All right, I got to show you since I'm talking about it. And I'm not showing it. Referring to this machine right here on the workbench, the other workbench. And this machine is experiencing all kinds of challenges right now because it wasn't properly serviced about a year ago in Michigan. All kinds of challenges. Oh, we got the Majesties and also our friend behind there, the beautiful Swedish girl. And this machine, if you're curious, belongs to Mary, and I believe she's out of Michigan too. Pretty sure she is. Her last name, it's on Facebook, but it's Smollarz. Schmortz, I think is how you would say it. And if I'm saying that wrong, Mary, I apologize. But Mary bought this from someone that had just literally had it serviced. And yet Mary's gut told her it had not been done properly. And that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true, because this machine is what I discovered even in an initial assessment. I shared about 50 plus pictures on Facebook, just tell you a story of kind of like this right here. Yeah. Do it right or go home, right? I think that's what Paula had said. My good friend Paula Noel out of Florida said, Scott, I had some bad experiences before I learned about you and the way you do things right. And at that point, she said, I just resolved to do it myself because that's the only way I knew that some of the areas that you've highlighted in your premieres and your progress shots, that's the only way that I knew it would be done right. Now, if the machine is coming from the workshop, I know it's going to be done right, is what Paula said. But when I was dealing with the other service centers in Florida and that, no guarantee there. Because I knew you had talked about 30 to 45 minutes. There's no way they were going to tear down an upper tension like this and do it. But that's what I wanted. And so she said I ended up having to do it myself. But I know when I get my 401 from you, when I get my Rolls Royce of Singers, no worries. No worries. That's the confidence in the workshop, folks. That's why I do things differently here. So that was, I think it's early Avril, or I have no idea. Night Runaway is our next one. Ooh, yeah, let's run away. But let's do it with less volume. So once again, these discs are absolutely critical in being able to maintain that upper tension to define that lock stitch. If I had left them like this, the results we're seeing in this live premiere today would look a lot different. A lot different. And there's Mr. Bean and the alligator kind of checking things out. Again, I think the alligator that belongs to the singer repairman that Maddie sent me from Florida. And if you're brand new to this, Maddie is one of my friends and followers. And I took care of a couple of machines for her. I took care of, I believe, a 301. And then I also took care of her 222K, the featherweight free arm. And she sent me a number of goodies just because she was grateful, as a number of you have been very kind in doing. And I don't expect it, but I'm always pleasantly surprised when I all of a sudden get a surprise package or something like that from one of you out of appreciation for the work I've done on your behalf. So that's cool. There, all of our friends are coming out to kind of check things out, and we even set up the upper tension on top of our little display table because we're so proud of it now and the way it's able to do its job. Look at that. The singer repairman's even leaning in and taking a closer look and saying, wow, wow, that's the way it's supposed to be done. That's the way it's supposed to be done. here we're kind of checking out our light and our motor, I think is what we're starting to dig into now. And at this point, when these pics were taken and put on Facebook, I had not gotten our new bulb that I showed you how to put in today from California. We had the old incandescent, but there were a lot of things we could still do to optimize that lighting unit. And also verifying the wiring as well is part of what we needed to do. What I needed to do. It's only me, folks. It's only me. And there's our little, it's almost like a band that's inside of that light assembly that pushes that spotlight glass globe nice and tight so that it doesn't fall out. And I've gotten some machines at the workshop that have the spotlight assembly, and this has been missing. And the customer had asked, well, why is that glass globe in there so loosey-goosey? It's because this spring is essential, this little band, metal band, in pressing that tight against the plastic housing so that it doesn't fall out. Night Runaway. Chocolate Cookie Jam is our next one. Chocolate Cookie Jam. Not the greatest song to play when you haven't had lunch. So if you have a spotlight type light on here, they put them on a number of different Singer models, the Class 66s, the 99s. Then you'll want to get it because that way your little glass spotlight globe thing won't fall out and break. But that first shot obviously was a bit dirty, and now it's cleaned. Now it's looking good. Even the alligators come over to check it out because it's kind of shiny. And now I'm also optimizing the light fixture as well. And if you're saying to yourself, if you're brand new to this and you're saying, I didn't know that a light fixture needed to be optimized, it does. What's the point in putting a LED bulb into the light fixture and having the rest of the fixture filthy? It's going to hold that LED bulb back. It's going to minimize the effectiveness of that LED light in lighting up your needle and your bed so you can see what you're doing. Not to mention, because of there's a lot of copper in there and it gets oxidized, that also makes that light less effective because the electricity flow is minimized. See why it's so important to show up to class? Yeah. Did he say what? Now that doesn't look like a lot in that Q-tip swab, but it is. All of that junk that built up in there on that copper surface was going to be held back, and now we've taken care of that. We've taken care of it. Why does he keep saying what? He's not a good student like all of you. Now this is how nasty our glass spotlight globe was when we started. See how nasty that is? The film on there, and you're not going to have good lighting even with an LED light if you leave it like that. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah! Whoa! That's the after. That's the before. Before. After. Yeah. That's the workshop difference, folks. Right there. Holy mackerel! He's kind of scary when you look at him through that spotlight glass cover, isn't he? You see his big old teeth? Woo! God bless our Florida people, that's all I'll say. Because you can wake up I know Bill's talked about it. Paula hasn't talked about it, but I think Maddie and Emma talked about literally having alligators in their yard. I mean, like we would a chipmunk or a squirrel. Ah, all right. He's a good guy, and he even helped me with, yeah. So, all right, we're done being afraid. Oh, well done. Mr. Bean is supervising as usual, but the alligator is grabbing that brush because we're going to be using that for some of our cleaning and some of our optimization. One of the most helpful alligators ever. I think we're going to go after the motor now. I'm pretty sure we are. Pretty quick. Now let's put on, after we heard chocolate cookie jam, now we're going to put on bonfire. Bonfire. All right. So if you can't see it in the shot, this is an original Singer motor rated at 0.54 amps. And, that's more than enough juice. More than enough juice when it's optimized. Sorry, I'm just quickly acknowledging a message. There we go. You guys have heard me mention my friend Brian before, that's down in Louisiana. And he has a medical background like me and actually worked in pharmacy. But now in his semi-retirement, he is trying to step into the space of vintage sewing machines and trying to help local people down in Louisiana service them. He's got a lot of questions, so I try to rescue him whenever I can. So back to this picture we're seeing right now of this original Singer motor that is on Trapper Jack's machine. This is what they refer to in the Class 66 variants as a Series 4 motor. A Series 4 motor. And it's in part because of the way the output pulley works on this, in that where you can see our doctor on the left side, where a lot of pulleys will be in a fixed position and they just spin straight and true. This is a pulse pulley, P-U-L-S-E, where as it's running, it allows it to pulse in and out to allow that run over the balance wheel to be a little bit, it reduces resistance is what it does. And that was the concept in developing this Series 4 motor, where it would have that special pulse feature on the output pulley to reduce drag and to increase effectiveness. Hope that makes sense. It was an interesting idea. Definitely an interesting idea. Part of what we're going to be addressing as well, and again it takes more time but it's necessary, is down at the bottom of this is where all of our wiring is concealed. Down on the bottom, I kind of cut that off a little bit. Down in the bottom of there is where all of our wiring is concealed. It's where we have our wiring configuration for the foot controller, for the light, for the motor. And it's all boxed in there in kind of a metal box. And we need to make sure that that is all good to go. There the doctor's kind of checking things out, getting a pulse of the motor, seeing how effective the motor is right now, which, let's just say that the doctor doesn't show on his face, but he had a look of major concern. The cardiac of this motor was not good. Any of my nurses out there, let's just say that the cardiogram was definitely showing signs of distress. And there's that belt that I showed you before that I ended up replacing. Again, when it's mounted on the machine, you're not going to see that cracking because the belt is under tension coming over that output pulley and over the balance wheel. As soon as you take it off and you inspect it, you can discover a lot of things. Like that. So that was Bonfire that we just heard. Now we're going to listen to Dulce Reggaeton. Dulce Reggaeton. Yeah, that's the name. I'm not making it up. So you don't want your belt to be like this for a couple reasons. Not that it's just scary to look at, but as a belt ages like this, it becomes glazed. And where in this live premiere you haven't seen or heard any launch issues at all, even when we've really pushed Trapper Jack's machine pretty hard. As a belt ages, becomes glazed, becomes cracked like this, it loses its effectiveness. It's reached its expiration date. You can continue to push it until it breaks, but it's going to affect the quality of your sewing, just so you know. And you can readily see, look at the belt on the right, that is the belt that I put on, the new one. It's straight, it's true, it's resolute in carrying out its duty. The one on the left, if you look closely, it's actually distorted. Along with being cracked, it also loses its form and function. There's that area that I told you is basically closed off in a metal box. And there's so much wiring that's being contained in there, it all has to be inspected. And you have to determine whether or not it's safe or whether or not it needs to be rewired. Not to mention there's a lot of junk that builds up in there that has to be cleaned out as well. Now we're starting to look into the motor itself. Right now we're looking at a very filthy commutator. And we're going to start optimizing this motor, which was a major concern of Trapper Jack's. But I'll tell you one thing, he can check it off on his list now. It's a special concoction that I've come up with that is safe for electrical fields, that helps to solidify the junk and to flush it out. There you're looking at the catch basin that I had the motor above, and you can see all of the junk that I was able to get out of that motor. I'm still going to tear the motor down, but some areas, even when you tear the motor down, are very difficult to reach. And that's where a solution like this floods that area, almost like a dental pick in keeping your mouth clean and reaching those areas that otherwise you would have a lot of difficulty getting. Now, it may have been Emma that asked me, what is that stuff coming out the side of the motor? That is a product of flushing the motor out. It's going to come out of those venting wells and get a lot of that stuff coming out of there. And it's so essential on this end of the motor because that is our output. That is our final power delivery before it hits that belt and it's transferred up over that balance wheel. So we have to get all of that stuff out of there. Doesn't that look a little bit different? Before and after. I want you to see the before and after so you can just realize how essential my process is. And there's one of many Q-tip swabs. Again, as many progress shots as I show, it's only a fraction of the work that's done to the machine. But you can, and it doesn't even show up real well in this shot, but you can see the filth of what's being taken off and out of the inside of that motor. that was Dulce Reggaeton. Clean and Dance. Clean and Dance. Okay. Very interesting titles they come up with, isn't it? Yeah. And I'll just point out real quick, one of the reasons that not everybody was a fan of these Series 4 motors that Singer put out is the output pulley that's on the machine that you can see is plastic, where most of the output pulleys on these motors are going to be metal. This is plastic. And right above it you can see this fill well right there. That's a crucial lubricant for the output shaft that comes off of the motor. And you should only use a Singer approved grease in that, or my special pink grease. Never, ever, 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 ever put regular machine oil in those ports that are on a motor like this. Never put regular machine oil in there. Please don't do that. I think we went full circle, didn't we? Yeah, it's full circle. So let's go back and do some more sewing on Trapper Jack's machine. And then we'll get to this final set of photos eventually, where the doctor has a very interesting syringe, and Mr. Bean is wondering whether or not he's going to get a COVID shot. I hope not. Not with that stuff anyway. All right, let's go back over to the machine and see what else we're going to sew. This is one of our new friends in the workshop. He doesn't have a name yet. I call him kind of like the party dude, for obvious reasons. One of my friends, may have been Emma, that said he looks like a snowbird. Those folks that migrate back and forth between Florida and northern states. When it gets too hot down there, they come north. When it gets cold up north, they go south. Yeah, that's what they do. No harm in that. I've got customers that are snowbirds. Yeah. All right, let's see what we're going to test next on this machine. What are we going to test next? Turn this down a little bit more. Why don't we do some protected full grain leather? Let's do some protected full grain leather. And that's what this is right here. A single layer of this, as you can see from the side, is going to be right around 4 to 5 ounces of leather. Right around 4 or 5 ounces of leather, probably closer to 4. And for Paula and others that like different ways of measuring things, we bring our mechanical caliper over and measure it. We're looking at probably close to 3 millimeters thickness. A little bit less than 3 millimeters thickness. And what we're going to do, since I haven't done it in a while, is we're going to sew, I was going to say we're going to sew in a circle, but we'll probably just sew around the edge of this. We'll probably just sew around the edge of it. Test the maneuverability of this machine just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Okay, so with no music playing, let's just buzz around this leather. I'll try to stay on course as best as I can, and we'll see how Trapper Jack's 66-8 does with this task. Again, a single layer of protected full grain leather, but remember, protected full grain leather is specially processed with an extra layer over the leather that's designed to protect it from staining and increases its wearability. So the piercing threshold on this stuff is even higher than some of the other leathers that we're going to sew. All right? All right, here we go. Let me just make sure I have my thread in the back this time all the way, so I don't have another debacle. Looks like I do. All right, here we go. A single layer of protected full grain leather. Here we go. kind of raised the pressure foot there for a second because I thought I would have to make the turn. Yeah, I probably will. Yeah, it's a little bit too tight. I don't want to, even though I'm dealing with a harpoon needle, I don't want to stretch it quite that much. So we're going to just raise the presser foot and continue on our route here. All right, down to the finish. And I don't know if I'll close the box this time or not. Here we go. I kind of sewed past it. I didn't really close it, per se. All right, so we're going to get probably our sew-off holder that Maddie sent me from Florida, and that I kind of modified. And if you're brand new to this channel and you play Scrabble, you've probably been looking at that sew-off holder and saying, isn't that part of a Scrabble game? The answer is yes, but it's been modified now, so it's going to be a little bit different than probably what you're accustomed to seeing. I think it is anyway. Okay, let me get that sew-off holder out. I think that'll be our best way to display this. I think so anyway. We'll see. We'll see. It might be a little tippy. We'll see. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to put on a little bit of music while we're looking at these stitches. So that was Clean and Dance. And now Disco Climax. Disco Climax. We have any people that did disco back in the day? Type in the chat if you used to be a disco person. Yeah. All right. If you can snap, snap. Or if you want to get up in disco, for goodness sakes, please. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to operate this camera. And we're going to take a look at these stitches, which I can tell you, wow, wow! Isn't it cool? This protected full grain leather has a similar texture to which leather? Which leather? Take a look at that. Type it in the chat. What does it look like? What other leather does this surface kind of look like right now? And in the meantime, I'm going to take us around and look at these stitches. Pause right there. Wow. I'm going to stop right there for a second and just go, holy mackerel! Protected full grain leather is a very tough leather to get through, very much like the leather that looks similar to it, which the word I was looking for is, and if you got it, give yourself a pat on the back, Italian leather. And they're both equally tricky leathers to sew. Yes, they are. But look at how well this 66-8 managed to sew off. That stitch quality is wow. That's the only technical name I can come up with. Gorgeous stitching. Wow, absolutely gorgeous. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. It just doesn't. Whoa. So excited I went off camera there. kind of dark there, isn't it? It's kind of weird. Yeah. Totality of the stitching. Wow. That's huge. That's gorgeous stitching, folks. I'm going to give it a page 34 plus. Let's turn it over and look at the lock stitch. Yeah, I couldn't resist. Sorry. Yeah, I'm curious if any of you typed into the chat that used to be disco people. Yeah. Disco was really popular. So kind of like our Italian leather, not quite as bad, but close. Protected full grain leather does have a very definite nap. And so it's going to make it difficult for us to see those stitches, even with disco climax playing. So the next one is called Breathe. Breathe. I think we've heard this before. Quite sure we have. Almost sounds like a heart monitor, doesn't it? All right, let's take a look at these stitches. There we've got a pretty good field view right there. Absolutely spot on lock stitches. Exactly the way we want to be seeing them. Those are gorgeous. Continue around. And let me just pause there for a second. Look at the top edge of that leather. Folks, it's nearly the thickness of a man's belt. Or a woman's belt for that matter. Pause right there. Spot on. Gorgeous lock stitching. Gorgeous lock stitching. Come out, look at the totality of the stitching. Absolutely spot on. And think about the amount of sewing we've already done on this harpoon needle. It doesn't matter that it's a harpoon needle. Any needle can get dull, right? And so far, on this needle, try to group this all together here. So far on this needle, we've done all of this sewing. This is a combination of off camera and on camera. I can't help it. I'm a kid at heart. All right. What are we going to sew next? Because that protected full grain leather was a slam dunk. Why don't we sew a brand new material? I picked this up at a thrift shop in a little roll, and the lady behind the counter said, I'm pretty sure it's a combination of canvas and vinyl, almost like a canvas binding tape. And I said, it almost looks like this stuff, and I felt a little bit embarrassed. But I said, it almost looks like the stuff that they used to make girdles out of. And it kind of feels like that too when you hold it in your hand. So you can type in the chat what you think this might be. The lady, we'll look at it like from right over here. The lady said, it's like a canvas, it's a vinyl, maybe it's a girdle, maybe we should just call it girdle material. What do you think? But if you have an opinion, type it in the chat. I'd be curious to see what your opinion is as on this stuff. But you see the woven nature of it. I mean, it's kind of scary looking, isn't it? It almost looks like the gunny sack material, but in a different form, doesn't it? So this is what we're going to sew next. And I don't have a track record of sewing this on any machine because I just got it. But if you have an opinion as to what you would call it, otherwise I'm going to call it girdle material. Because that's kind of what I think of it when I see it. So that was called Breathe. Now we're going to play a song called Awful. Awful. This could be an awful sew-off since I have no experience in sewing this stuff. You know what I mean? Could be an awful sew-off. All right, keep your fingers and toes crossed, folks. I love to push the limits. You know me. At the Sewing Olympics, we're not about window dressing. We're about really, really testing this machine to see if it deserves to graduate from the workshop. We'll see. We'll see. Yes, we will. So for lack of seeing what you wrote, we're going to try sewing 2 layers of this girdle material right about now. Yeah, we are. And I could be totally crazy and try to sew in a circle, but I don't know, is the way this stuff is textured, even with a harpoon needle, you never know. All right, here we go. I'm gonna see if I can sew in a circle. That would be fun and terrifying all at the same time. All right, here we go. Our first time of sewing at a live premiere. 2 layers of girdle material. Yes, that's what it is. Just caught a fruit fly, sorry. These nasty little fruit flies, they're worse than mosquitoes. All right, here we go. Back on track. 2 layers of girdle material. Here we go. Trying to avoid sewing over my threads again. Oh, I went off track. Gumdrops. Let me go down and get back on track. Hold on. I was doing so well. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. Woo. I'm counting my fingers right now to make sure I didn't lose any. Well, I don't know if you can hear this machine working or not, but it is working. Kind of like when it sews acrylic fiber. It is working on this material. This stuff is a new level of difficulty. All right, let me get my display holder and let's take a look at this. First time I've ever sewn this stuff. Here's our top stitch. I wish you could feel this in your own hands right now. It has a density, a rigidity that's just absolutely insane. It's got to be a girdle material. You know what I mean? It just got to be. This stuff just, whoa, whoa. I might have nightmares over this stuff, even though the machine just did beautifully sewing it. This is intense stuff. Okay, instead of intense, let me use the word awful since that's the song we just played. And we've already played this during the premiere, so I'm going to pass it. Piano Trap Beethoven. Phrase Frant. Phrase Frant. Let's do that one next. Phrase Frant. All right, let's take a look at these. This will be interesting. me loosen this camera up a little bit so I can flow a little bit easier. Oops, I think I loosened it too much. Hold on a second. Pause right there. We've got like 3 layers. We only have 2 layers of this girdle material, but we've got 3 rows of stitches we can look at simultaneously. And you know what? They are all absolutely spot on. Again, if you could feel this material and the difficulty of it, it's kind of a mix of the gunny sack material, acrylic fiber, and anything else terrifying that you can imagine that you could sew. I mean, this is off the charts stuff. I'm really glad I found it. Ooh. This is wicked stuff. Oh man, it's wicked. Let's look at totality of stitching. I'll tell you one thing. For a maiden voyage, for the maiden voyage of this girdle material, I am impressed. We got to sew more of this stuff. You turn around and look at that lock stitch. I've got to take it off of the thing because it's trying to fall over. This is our lock stitch now. Let's take a look at this. There we got a pretty clear view. Very, very difficult stuff to manage, and yet this machine did a fabulous job. I would definitely give that a page 34. Got some great stitch definition. It's hard to kind of track it with our eyes with all of this stuff happening on this girdle material. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful stitching. Totality of the stitching really tells the story better than I can through trying to go in circles like that and make you all seasick and dizzy. A brilliant job on the part of this 66-8 and being able to execute something like this. I'm going to throw it in the back as our maiden voyage of this girdle material. 2 layers of that. I'm impressed. Not easy to do at all. So, considering we have a very tired needle, what should we do next? We should do something totally nuts like this bubblegum material. But I'm going to find some bubblegum sewing music first. This next song called Ya Ya might be just the perfect song. Yeah, this is definitely bubblegum sewing material music. And why don't we go totally off the charts and do 3 layers of this? You heard me right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, even they agree. Let's do 3 layers of this bubblegum material. I think we normally do 2. Oh, yeah. And you haven't lived until you sewed bubblegum material. Why do I call it bubblegum material? Yeah, you get the idea. All right, 3 layers of this bubblegum material, and I'm thinking I'm just going to go down the middle. That's kind of what I'm planning on doing. All right, 3 layers of bubblegum material. Get ready for it, folks. Get ready for it. Yes, I've got my thread back. 1 debacle and a live premiere is enough. All right, here we go. 3 layers of bubblegum material. A brief pause on ya. Here we go. Was there hesitation? Was there pause? Was there mechanical contemplation as to whether or not it could get the job done? Did you hear any groans, moans, cracks, breaks, fire, brimstone, any of that stuff? Nope. Trapper Jack's machine just said, let's get her done. Let's get her done. Let's get her done. Oh my goodness, did it get it done. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. I don't know if you can see that in the shot or not. I'll put it up on the display holder, or I'll lean it against here. One of the two. Why don't I try this first? I'll try that, see if we can see those stitches. 3 layers of bubblegum material. I believe I sent a sample of this to Sunny when I sent her 404 that she and Craig bid on during our fundraiser for the History Museum. And she had really shown a curiosity about bubblegum material, some of the other materials that I use in the workshop for these premieres. It's kind of cool stuff. You know, you got to be members only. You got to be in the inner circle to get it. And Sunny's definitely in the inner circle. So I sent it to her, and she hasn't said anything. She might be kind of cautious and like, yeah, I love this 404. I don't want to blow it up. But it could handle it for sure. Okay, let's look at these stitches. I can pause right there, take my hand off the camera, and tell you that we are already on page 34. We might be on page 34 plus. You can let me know in the chat as I go across. Wow. I know what I'm thinking. I'm definitely thinking page 34 plus. Some absolutely gorgeous stitching. Let me kind of lock it in place there. I'm going to turn it over. Let's look at that lock stitch. Are we going to see something different? Are we going to see something outrageous and scary? I doubt it. I think we're going to see near perfection. And if you're new to this channel and you're saying, okay, what's this page 34 thing? What's this near perfection and all that? We believe in a principle in the workshop, and my friends do as well, called canai. C-A-N-I. If you know what it stands for, type it in the chat, would you please? Type what canai means in the chat. Meantime, I'll zoom in on these lock stitches. So what canai stands for is constant and never-ending improvement, and what page 34 stands for is near perfect stitch. And I always say near perfect instead of perfect stitch, like a lot of the featherweight people will say, oh, the featherweight sews a perfect stitch. I think that's a bunch of baloney. I think featherweights do a brilliant job in sewing, stitching, and making beautiful, beautiful whatever. But as soon as you say perfect, you've taken away the possibility of getting better. And I think that there's always that possibility of improvement. And so we say here in this classroom, it's page 34. Or maybe it's page 34 plus, which is even a step higher. But it can always get better. Always can get better. And that's the constant and never-ending improvement. Does that make sense? So on a material like this that surely has a high level of vinyl in it, we sometimes have to make tension adjustments. And in this case, I would almost be inclined to say that we could go up a little bit with the upper tension to define this lock stitch even better. Whenever you see a stitch like this, it looks really good, but it just has a slight alignment variation where that right edge is just a little bit higher than the left edge. That's a tension issue. And by increasing the upper tension slightly to tighten this up a little bit more, it would take that slight angular look of the stitch out, and it would make it even and straight spot across. Does that make sense? So that's what I would do on this. If we were sewing a ton of bubblegum material, especially when you're talking about 3 layers, folks, you have no idea how difficult that is, and yet how brilliantly Trapper Jack's machine did on this. But if we're looking at constant and never-ending improvement, and we were sewing a ton of 3 layers of bubblegum material, I would just very, very gently increase that upper tension. But all in all, I'm incredibly pleased. Definitely page 34. And what can I say? 3 layers of this stuff is off the charts as far as difficulty. I mean, look at it from the side. You want to get an idea. Or here, shows it even better. The thickness of what we went through. And yet, this 66-8 just danced through it. No problem at all. So that's going to the back as well with our girdle material and all of our other cool stuff that we've sewn on Trapper Jack's 66-8. I'm curious, did you guys, and this is way at the beginning of the premiere I asked this question, but I don't know if I ever answered it. Did you ever look up the serial number I gave you on his machine? Again, it was A as in Apple, J as in Juliet, 149481. I get so engrossed in the premiere, I don't remember if we ever answered this question. I don't think we did. But if you look up the serial number for this 66-8, AJ149481, you're going to see that it was born March 15th, 1949. March 15th, 1949. And I alluded at it when I asked this question earlier in the premiere, that it came from a production group size much smaller than a standard Singer group size. Standard group size for Singer was right around 50,000 machines. This came from a group size half that size, 25,000 machines only. And that's significant. That right away, and I told Trapper Jack this when he brought the machine into the workshop. I said, you realize that this machine is even, not only is it a gorgeous machine, but it's even more rare because it came from a production group size half the size. Let me zoom out on this a little bit. Came out from a production group size half the size of what a standard Singer group size would be. So I said, hang on to this machine. Hang on to this machine because it's got intrinsic value that's off the charts. You don't see these crinkle finish machines this pristine very often. This is near mint. And then it comes from a production group size half the size of a normal Singer group size. I don't know. I might call Brinks to escort him home when he comes to pick up the machine in a little while. Yeah, I might do that. I might do that. You never know. Yeah. All right, let's zoom in on this. And do we have one more group of photos left, don't we, on Facebook? I believe we do. Yes, we do. So we just heard Ya Ya, which is kind of a cool song, sort of. Kind of. Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to change my search real quick. Duration of 4 minutes. Oh yeah, I did that wrong. Hold on a second. There we go. That way I did it right. Some of these we've already heard. They all come up in the same searches. Let me find a couple that we haven't heard. Here we go. We haven't heard this one, I don't think. At least not during this live premiere. Madam Wahala Best. Wait, no. Madam Wahala Beat. Madam Wahala Beat. Madam Wahala Beat. This is like a tongue twister. Yeah, we definitely haven't heard this one. I would remember a Madam Wahala Beat. I think I would. I think I might. All right, let's go over to the last group of progress photos, which does not show a drug deal. It shows the good doctor with a syringe of my special pink grease explaining to Mr. Bean what we intend to do with this motor. Yep. He's gone! Where did he go? Jiminy crickets. And there the alligator is showing one of the sew-offs I did off camera, which is 3 layers of Italian leather. Wow. And what I'm starting to do here is I'm starting to, remember those ports I talked about that you never ever put machine oil in? I'm starting to inject them with my special pink grease. And part of the reason I use a syringe like this is because I can put it all the way down into the bottom of the well and force out all of the old stuff. And you'll see that, I believe, in one of the shots. Those are the covers for the motor that cover the commutator and the motor brushes. And they have been cleaned. And that is the part of the bracket for the motor right there. And we're also cleaning that. Remember, the motor acts as a vacuum cleaner. And if we don't clean the bracket, as benign as that seems, all of that junk stays on the bracket and then eventually migrates and gets sucked into the motor. And it undoes, or it ends up messing up all of the stuff that we did. I don't think that was a sentence, but it was close. There's the track on the balance wheel that the belt rides on. You even have to clean and optimize that so that that belt has a non-skid surface to travel on. See all the junk that hides in there? There I'm on the back of the machine, adjacent to the pillar, looking into all of the integral engineering of the machine, checking it for cracks, and also servicing the area and optimizing it at the same time. That's looking better, but it's not there yet. That's a critical pivot set screw coming off of the pitman arm that has to be adjusted just right so that there's not too much resistance against the pivot, but it obviously has to be secure. I don't have a torque setting for you, but it probably would be right around 3 on your torque drill. See all the junk we get off of that? Remember me talking about adjusting the bracket for the spotlight that we put the new bulb in during this premiere. This is the method that I talked about of carefully manipulating that bracket so you can target the light exactly the way you want to have it hitting the bed of the machine and also the needle area. And again, you'll want to put some sort of a buffer. You can't see it in the shop, but I did put a buffer in between those so that I don't mar up that bracket. This is kind of an annoying song. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Madam, and she ended just in time as I was getting ready to cut her off. She's like, "No, you're not going to cut me off." Let's do Bella Bella Beat. Hopefully that's better. Yeah, this is definitely better. This has almost kind of a, what style music would you call this? It has a Spanish flavor, but there's a specific name for this style of music and how you might dance to it. Type it in the chat, would you? A busy workbench, all kinds of things happening. We've got the balance wheel off and we're servicing and optimizing that area as well. And of course the singer repairman is never far away. He's always keeping an eye on things. There's the main shaft right there, and if you look closely you can see all of the buildup and the junk on that main shaft. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Well, you can definitely see the difference now. Goodness gravy. This is before. That's the before. That's the after. Wow. Again, I talked about coming off of the motor output pulley that goes up to the balance wheel. This is where all of that power is transferred. How essential it is to optimize this area. If you don't optimize this area, any work you've done on the motor is basically for naught, because that power is going to be transferred from the motor pulley up to here off of that output shaft, and it's going to hit a wall right here. And then any trickle you get down the main shaft down to the needle bar is going to be a fraction of what it could be otherwise. Okay, tell me if you typed in the chat that this is like a salsa. Is this a salsa style music? Is that what this is? Look at these areas that you would never see. This is the inside of your balance wheel. Never ever would this be addressed at a service center. How's that look? Before. After. That's the same area right there. Focusing on our bobbin winder now. That's our new belt, and it looks like we're adjusting the pulley tension on it right now. I've had people come into the workshop. And they talk about their motor not having enough power. And in most cases that's true, because it does need to be serviced and optimized. But I can sometimes shock and amaze them by making a subtle adjustment on the tension on that output shaft pulley that comes off of the motor going up to the balance wheel, make a subtle adjustment by adjusting that mounting bolt that's on the side of the pillar, and all of a sudden their motor will come to life. And they'll say, I can't believe how much more power that motor has. And then they'll say, I want to just leave the machine with you and go through the entire thing from end to end. They'll come back, and after I've gone through and done a complete motor service on the machine and a service on the entire machine, with what they were impressed by as far as the return of power by making that pulley adjustment, all of a sudden it's off the charts when they see what the potential of that machine is. That's returning the greatness to that machine. That's what it's all about. Now there's the back panel for that access maintenance area on the rear of the pillar on the back of the machine. Look at how shoddy that looks right now. Look at how crummy it is. And that is one of the pieces of jewelry, as a lot of you folks will refer to it on the machine. It's got no jewelry appeal at all right now. Look at that. That is just awful. It's awful. If that's jewelry, don't wear it. Don't wear it going out, please. The children will run away screaming. It's that bad. That's the way it's supposed to look. That's jewelry you want to put on. That's jewelry that complements the machine and makes the machine feel better about itself and makes you feel better about sitting down to the machine, even though that's on the back of the machine before. After. That's the impact of the workshop. Would they do that? Would they make this impact for you as a customer if you took it to a local sewing center, a service center, a repair shop? No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. They just wouldn't. That was a fun song, wasn't it? That last one we just listened to? This is called phonestic, like fantastic, something like that. So this is part of your stop action and your clutch. And it looks like I didn't show it before this, looks like I've already brought that back up to the standard that it should be. Oh, now we're checking out the foot controller. I've said this before, the foot controller and the motor work in concert with each other, and the alligator's just kind of coming over to see what I'm doing. And if you're not familiar with these Bakelite style foot controllers that were used so extensively through the Singer line of models, not just the Class 66, the area that I'm adjusting right now is what I call a fine tuner. And if you've ever had a Bakelite foot controller that is, you have to push it down and you hardly get a response, and then all of a sudden it finally comes to life, but you have to push that little button way down, and it just doesn't seem like the response is very immediate. By subtly turning this screw clockwise on this part of the foot controller, you can get a better response from the foot controller. Now the caution in adjusting it here instead of on the other end of the foot controller, this is the easier end to make an adjustment, is that you can screw it in too far, get a great response, but what happens is that it then leaves that electrical field open. And what can happen is it could cause you, even when you're not using your foot controller, for it to become live with that electrical field engaged, and it can cause your foot controller to get super hot. And it could even cause a fire hazard. So a lot of cautionary tone here if you decide to make adjustments on this part of your foot controller. There's ways to make adjustments on the other end of the foot controller that will not put that as a potential risk. Okay, so I'm just saying, be real careful, be real careful. And underneath that area is where all of those wafer thin carbon stacks are that allow the foot controller to have a field of range in speed, but also can build up the carbon dust in those chambers. And that's an area that I showed in another premiere quite a while ago, how to service that. Maybe I should do that again. If you think I should show another premiere on how to service a Bakelite foot controller by digging deep into it and taking all of those carbon wafers out and doing a deep cleaning on the surface, a deep cleaning and service on the Bakelite foot controller, type that in the chat if you think I should. It's been a long time ago that I did that. And the benefit, I should get to the benefit before I even see what you type, is carbon-based foot controllers like the Bakelites, over time, especially when you're trying to sew slow, can have a tendency to get warm or even hot. And getting rid of that extra carbon dust in those chambers, which is a real tedious process, can help that Bakelite foot controller to run much cooler, even if you're doing a fair amount of slow sewing. He's such a cool alligator, isn't he? Whoa, calm down, buddy, calm down. See, that's the other. You don't want to make an alligator mad. He's going after that a little bit, isn't he? It looks like the bobbin one entire. See what's hiding inside of a foot controller? And it doesn't have to be a Bakelite. It can be any foot controller. All of the junk that gets inside of there. I found metric tons of pet hair and cooking grease and God knows what else I found in them. It's just amazing. And that's why it's so important, if you're trying to optimize a motor, you have to optimize the foot controller as well. I always tell customers when they say, I just want to send you my motor. I don't want your motor unless you send your foot controller too. I literally have said that to people. 99% of them say, well, if you say so, absolutely, I trust you, Scott. That 1% that they're just, I've never seen their motors because I won't service it without the foot controller. Oh, I apologize. Let me go back one. What I'm showing you there is the lead, one of the two leads that connects to the foot controller. See that bare copper right there going into the connection? That's a leak point for electricity. I talk about it all the time. Electricity is like water. If you don't seal it off, you're going to be losing power. You're going to be losing optimization of that machine. So I believe I show, or maybe I didn't take the pictures of me doing it, but I try to seal those areas off with a special oil resistant, heat resistant, epoxy type material that will make sure that that electricity doesn't have the opportunity to leak out. One of our spring returns in the foot controller, there's even servicing on those. Yep, there it is. There's my special goop that I use to seal off the electricity. Can you see that? It's on the end of one of my dental tools. And instead of letting that area leak, we're going to end up sealing it off, as it should be. There we go. I'd probably smooth it out a little bit more, but the main thing is to seal it off. There we go. We've sealed it off on both sides. See that? And then I'm using my torch. Again, if you're not skilled with a torch, don't try some of the things that I do with my torch, please. Again, we're talking about a torch that peaks at about 1200 degrees. There's a ceramic base to the Bakelite controls, to the controllers that you can see. This is all basically a ceramic material. It's not designed to get hit by 1200 degrees, even though they make them under intense heat. Once they're formed, you don't want to be hitting it with 1200 degrees, so you have to target that flame very, very carefully. on that oil resistant material that I added to seal the electricity in there, and don't let it hit any other part of the foot controller if you're going to try to take this on. And there it is. That's how it looks once it's been heat treated. It almost immediately cures it so that when you put the foot controller back together, that material doesn't inadvertently rub off on the undercover of the foot controller. And then you lose the benefit of it sealing the electricity. Deep cleaning any areas that are part of the electrical field, which is pretty much everything, and especially the stuff that's copper based, you want to be cleaning that. All This Useless Beauty is the next one. Sounds like an interesting song. So yeah, anything that's copper, it has to be cleaned and optimized. Otherwise the foot controller is not going to be functioning at the top of its game, and it's going to be retarding or restricting the performance of the motor. Those are the little rubber feet that go on the bottom of the Bakelite foot controllers. Those have to be cleaned too. And I use a solution that kind of wicks all of the oil off of them so that they're not likely to slide if you've got it on a slippery floor. Bottom of the raceway, things to adjust, things to clean. Lots of things to do there. That's the bottom half of the brain center that we've already done up top. Now we're doing the bottom. Do you see what that alligator is doing? I totally forgot he had done that. There's areas that I'm having trouble seeing, so he's holding the flashlight for me. All Mr. Bean is doing is just standing there, but the alligator is actually holding the flashlight so I can see those areas that are harder to see. Yeah, right there, I'm making an adjustment. Thank you, Mr. Alligator. Wow. Wow! What an awesome alligator. I never asked Maddie when she sent this alligator if this alligator had gone through alligator obedience school. Maybe so. There's our good doctor kind of checking things out along with our alligator and the Singer repairman. Now this is one of the solutions that I depend on a lot that does a great job of stripping off the old junk and breaking it down so I can use my dental tools. And then I apply a lubricant on top of that. This stuff right here. Kind of a distant shot just showing the machine tilted back and the busyness of what we're doing. More adjustments. And after I do a basic adjustment, if it's required, I always check the tightness of these bolts, especially on the bottom of the machine, according to torque specs. In other words, I don't want it too tight, I don't want it too loose. There's my three buddies right there, the alligator, the Singer repairman, and Mr. Bean. And I should say four buddies because Dr. Singer's in the background as well. Right side of the machine, I don't know what I'm showing there, probably just more cleaning. Oh, I see what I'm doing now. I must have done some initial sew-offs and I tried to make adjustments using only the upper tension that's been optimized, and I discovered that I needed to make adjustments on that bobbin assembly down below. So I'm using a mechanical type screwdriver to get in there. It's really tight with that plate on there. Yep, that's what I was doing. Some of our initial sew-offs, I showed them those in the premiere today, especially our horrible bird nesting I was getting from that unoptimized upper tension. See that? Isn't that horrible? Ugh. And then the magic starts happening. Aren't those gorgeous? Those are page 34. Those are page 34. That's protected full grain leather I sewed off camera. A range of stitch lengths from probably around 6 stitches per inch, almost all the way down to the satin range of 30 stitches per inch. 30 stitches per inch, folks, on protected full grain leather. If you think that's easy to do, try it on your machine. Folks, those, wow, wow. That is a field of stitches, like a field of dreams right there. Those are dream stitches. Absolutely gorgeous. And there's the 3 layers of vegetable tan leather that I sewed off camera. I can't tell you how difficult that is, especially for a machine with only a 0.54 amp motor that's belt driven, and that was done without a hand start. Look at that from the side. You want to talk about page 34 stitching? Three layers of vegetable tan leather and a page 34, I would even say a page 34 plus stitch. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. And under those extreme circumstances of that many layers of vegetable tan leather, unbelievable. I think that's some more I think that's a different type of Italian leather that I did right there. Take me to a book that says perfect stitch or near perfect stitch. There it is. There's a picture of it right there. Yeah, that's Italian leather. 3 layers of it. Incredible. Incredible. And there's our celebration shot at the end, I think. This machine has gone through a very intense surgical process at the workshop, and now we've reached that final step of saying, okay, we're ready for the premiere, which is what we're doing right now. Unbelievable. There's the doctor and his wife looking on at the beauty of those stitches and in amazement at the thickness of that leather. There's my buddy, the singer repairman. Isn't he cool? Isn't he the kind of guy you'd like to sit on a park bench with and just chat with? Cut off the singer. There we go. He is the coolest guy ever. And you notice his friend, there's his friend right down there. He's never far away. He's very protective of the singer repairman. And I believe that's how we open this. That's our opening shot right there with the doctor and the syringe and Mr. Bean, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. There's our alligator buddy with the 3 layers of Italian leather. Well, if you're I know that my regular faithful friends and followers are already believers in my process. It's part of the reason that I get machines from all around the world shipped to the workshop. Because of things like this that show them and help them to understand why this process is so unique and so impactful in the performance of what their machine can do in that greatness factor. But those of you that are new to this channel, you've gotten your first dose of it, so you can realize why that extra investment of sending it to the workshop is so essential. This is called everything where it needs to be. Everything where it needs to be. Yeah, everything where it needs to be. What do I have left? I'm going to do a couple more sew-offs, not a lot more. I know that this has been a long premiere already, but we've covered so much ground, haven't we? We've covered so much important ground. Yeah, if you get up early to watch a premiere like this, or if you stay up late to watch a premiere like this, like a number of my European friends, I want to give you your money's worth. Yes, I do. All right, why don't we do some denim? I've got denim, I've got commercial upholstery material, no, commercial canvas and acrylic fiber left. I'm not sure if we'll do it all, but we might. So 2 layers of heavy grade denim, folding it in the middle is 4, and then ultimately 6. See what that looks like? 6 layers of heavy grade denim. All right, without a lot of fanfare, let's just get her done. As my friends, I think in Missouri and Texas say, if you have an opinion as far as that phrase, get her done, is it more Texas than Missouri, or is it more Missouri than Texas? And I don't say Missouri because I think people that live in Missouri say Missouri. I'm pretty sure they do. Boy, am I late. Anyone showed up late for class, you're only late if you show up after that. Holy mackerel. All right, 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Let's get her done. Tell me what, yeah, I want to know, is it Texas or Missouri? I really do. All right, here we go. That was my fault. I didn't have my foot all the way in the foot controller. Beautiful stitching. Looking for my magnifier. Oh yeah. Absolutely amazing. I'm just bothered by that slow start. I got to do it one more time just to get a better foot on the foot controller so we don't have a slow start. I hate slow starts, don't you? Yeah, let's do it right this time. Here we go. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be done. Ooh, I got a little bunch of thread there. Got a little barb on the thread because I throttled it up too fast, unevenly apparently. Well, it happens. That was a fun song. I like that one a lot. It was called Everything Where It Needs to Be. And actually, this is a great opportunity because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the needle alignment and the bobbin alignment. I love it when things happen that are unexpected, but it becomes a teaching opportunity, don't you? Oh, I see what happened too. Our spool of thread on top caught on the upper edge, and that's what caused the thread to kind of bind a little bit. And it caused that little barb or whatever it was. Yeah. So at any rate, when you set the needle on this 66, and it's going to be true of all the class 66s, you want to make sure that the flat side of the needle is to the right, facing towards the pillar or the balance wheel. Flat side to the right, and when you drop your bobbin in, you want to make sure that the bobbin thread is coming over the top, which means as it turns, it's going to be turning, the bobbin is going to be turning counterclockwise. Okay? Yeah. I'm glad that happened, even though it was kind of unexpected. So yeah, again, flat side towards the pillar, which is towards the balance wheel, and the bobbin gets dropped in with the thread coming over the top, which means as it's turning, it'll be turning counterclockwise. All right, let me set that back over there. So again, what we just sewed with my little interlude of rethreading the machine, because the thread caught on the top of the bobbin, or on the top of the spool pin. We just sewed 6 layers of heavy grade denim. So now we're going to look at the stitching. And again, just to remind you of what we just sewed through, look at that from the side. Yeah, I know. Let's take a look at these. I believe that's going to be, pretty sure that's top stitch. Okay, let's take a look at these. Folks, I'm just going to say it, those are gorgeous stitches. Absolutely gorgeous stitches. I didn't cut that thread there, look at that. But that's good I didn't cut it. Look at the thickness of that. Can you get an idea of what upholstery thread looks like? There it is. We're sewing with a harpoon and we're sewing with rope. Hold on one second. Hey Barb, have you been on that channel where the guy sews with a harpoon and with rope? You should check him out, and he's kind of funny too. There we go, that's a little bit better angle. You can see our rope a little bit more clearly. Pause right there. Beautiful stitching. And again, that's through 6 layers of heavy grade denim, folks. That's thicker than even a person that's going to be doing tailoring probably doesn't go through 6 layers of denim. Let's turn over and look at that lock stitch. I just love it how in that lock stitch it kind of creates a little quilt in the middle there. See that little ridge there in the middle? Isn't that fun? I just got to bend that a little bit. All right, let's look at this lock stitch now through these 6 layers of heavy grade denim. It's so much fun. I love that quilting little pucker in the middle there. It's fun. Pause right there. Folks, I don't know what you're seeing, but I am seeing some page 34 stitching for sure. And again, when you can accomplish that on a lock stitch through a difficult sew-off like this, 6 layers of heavy grade denim, That is bragging rights. And whether you're from Texas or Missouri, we got her done. Absolutely spectacular. Totality of the stitching on this rather fun quilted 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Absolutely as it should be. Absolutely as it should be. This next one is called Juice. All right, let me throw that to the back. We'll take a little bit of a look at our sew-off mountain. Just move this to the side. Sew-off mountain. Mountain, 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 mountain. All on this needle, folks. Any question as to why I am a devoted customer of Schmetz? There you go. All right, let me throw that to the back. Well, I have acrylic fiber left, and I have commercial canvas. I keep wanting to say upholstery. Why don't we do canvas next? Let's take a look at how this 66-8 does with canvas. That's commercial grade. Yeah, let's do that. And this 66-8, in my opinion, has already proven why graduation is going to happen. Graduation is going to happen. Yeah, it is. This 1949 66-8 is working on a gold medal. All right, we're starting with 2 layers, folded in the middle to 4, folded again to 6. 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. Look at it like this, or like this. Here we go. Perfect song to sew to. This is a sewing song if I ever heard one. Here we go. Beautiful stitching. I just wanted to look at it under magnification. I think I'll use my stitch off holder on this one. That's kind of an intense song, isn't it? One of those songs you just feel like you should be moving, doing something. I've got to do something. I've got to do something. Okay, I think that's pretty good alignment. Juice, yeah, that's definitely, that's a breakfast juice that would get you going, that's for sure. This next one is called Lock. Lock. take a look. Let's take a look at these stitches. Again, we just did 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. This is our top stitch. Beautiful stitching, absolutely beautiful stitching. 6 layers of commercial canvas. Applause. Totality of the stitching, kind of hard to see from there, but gorgeous stitching. Definitely at page 34. I'm going to flip it around. Let's take a look at that lock stitch. And again, think about the amount of sewing we've already done on this needle, folks. It's a little bit insane. Harpoon or otherwise, it's a little bit insane. Let's zoom in on these. Unbelievable. Totality of the stitching, 6 layers of commercial canvas, folks. Unbelievable. Look at that again from the side. If you run a sale repair service, like one of my customers does near Vista, California, and I prepared a Kenmore for him to do that, and he goes around to different sale people and owners, and whatever, hey, you got tattered sales, I'll fix them. He doesn't go through 6 layers, probably 4. Give you an idea. Yeah. I love to push the boundaries. Yes, I do. Let's finish off this premiere. Sewing a material that causes children to scream, heart palpitations, and other physical problems. Let's sew acrylic fiber. And if you're new to this channel, acrylic fiber is used to make awnings. If you have any understanding as far as awnings, what they have to be able to endure, they're stretched over metal, basically metal forms. They're beat up in the wind, they're scorched in the heat, they're frozen in the winter. They are abused upside down and right side up. And yet that acrylic fiber that's used to make them continues to stand up against the most extreme circumstances. More extreme than this music, if you can believe that. Yeah. Maybe not quite as extreme as this music, but pretty close. All right, so let's go down and around with our final stitches on 2 layers of acrylic fiber, which is equivalent to probably about 6 to 8 ounces of leather because of how intense this stuff is in the way it's made. All right, are you ready? Here we go. I'm not going real straight, but I'm trying to go straight. Sort of. Down to the finish, folks, down to the finish. Nice. I don't know, I feel like we're probably doing some sort of a dance around a fire right now or something. Are you around a fire right now? That's kind of what I'm hearing. And just as soon as that, Smokey the Bear shows up and says, "Put your fire out, buddy. You don't have a permit." And then down the middle of this, what I'd like to do is lay down a smaller stitch, probably not quite satin, but a little bit smaller, just so at least we have an opportunity to do that. There we go. Okay, so it's probably going to be about 10 to 12 stitches per inch, somewhere around there. Here we go. Well, I think that is enough to declare that this machine has graduated. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I'll use my stitch off holder on this one. I believe this is our top stitch, but don't bet the farm on it. I think it is. Okay, so that was Lock that we just played. It was kind of a fun tune. The next one is Dr. Momentum. Let's take a look at these stitches and we'll wrap this up. And if you go blind looking at this, you're not alone. Look at these first two rows and then the bottom row. Pause right there. Totality of the stitching, it's hard to see. That material just makes your eyes do crazy stuff, doesn't it? Let's look at that lock stitch. Two layers of acrylic fiber. This is our lock stitch. First two rows. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Really, really hard to see, I know that. But that's the nature of acrylic fiber. Well, this is a definite pass. I'm going to move that to the back as well. And we'll take a final look at our sew-off mountain. I got to go wider. Folks, if you ever wondered what the real deal looks like, there you go. I can say, with the ringing of this bell, which is the equivalent of playing Pomp and Circumstance, that this 1949 Singer 66-8 has graduated from the classroom. What do you think? Yeah. How about you? Yeah. If you weren't listening or couldn't hear their voices, which are kind of soft, they said congratulations. Well, this has been fun, and obviously a long, long road getting this machine to the point that it was able to dance through these sew-offs with absolute ease. Again, we sewed leather, we sewed light, we sewed everything in between, and not once did this 66-8 miss a beat. I missed a couple beats, but hey, what do you expect, right? I can get a machine to perfection, but I oftentimes don't reflect that perfection. But I think together we danced gracefully and beautifully through incredible field of sew-offs. And I always say it. The proof is in the pudding. And there's the pudding right there. So my thanks to Trapper Jack Hill for the opportunity of being able to bring this 66-8 from a pretty, from a mechanical and electrical standpoint, a pretty weak standpoint coming from that auction that he got this machine at. But now this machine is ready to tackle anything that Trapper Jack throws in front of it. And it'll be a lot of fun to see what he comes up with. The projects that he does with it. And hopefully he'll share some of those pictures with me so I can pass them along to you. But if you've ever wondered, can a 66-8 or can the Class 66 machines handle crazy sew-offs? Like 6 layers of heavy grade denim, 6 layers of commercial upholstery material, 6 layers of commercial canvas, leather of every type. You now know. You now know what the potential, when a machine is properly prepared and restored, what that machine can do. Now I want to say again that what you saw Trapper Jack's machine do, you can grab a bunch of other 66 machines, 66-8 or anything in between, and they won't be able to duplicate these sew-offs. It's all about the process. Well, y'all take care. I appreciate you being a part of this premiere today. I know it was a long one, but when you do things right, it takes a little bit more time. And I like to wrap things up when I can, when I remember, with a quote. So I'm seeing if I can flip through my book and find a good one for you right now. Oh, this is a good one. I don't think I've ever done this. This is George Eliot. George Eliot said, "It's never too late to be what you might have been." That's talking about greatness, isn't it? It's talking about not being old until regrets take the place of your dreams. There's an example of it right there. All right, see you guys, and have a great day.